onto your butt, storm chasers. Here's the man of the hour, the painter extraordinaire, Thunderhead.
Why would it be my fault? Why couldn't it potentially be your fault,
Welcome
Dark
back
Fox?
to 50 Shades of Coal Gray, Chapter 5. Thunderhead smiled as he held 2 brushes aloft, staring down at his workstation and me with an evil light glinting in his eyes. He put both sets of bristles into the Glorby fluids, chuckling to himself as he did so. Looks like it's time for 2 brushes, 1 paint pot.
How did 50 Shades even happen? I swear. I gotta clean my glasses. They're dirty, I just realized. What am I drinking? So, my wife was buying some of the generic cola available at King Soopers and got what she thought was lemon lime soda. Was their version of Sprite, Sierra Mist, 7-Up, what have you, and it turns out is their version of Mountain Dew. So now I have a bunch of that, and I'm just kind of drinking it. Like, I don't even know why. I don't even enjoy it. I'm just drinking it out of a sense of duty? Not wanting to be wasteful? Pseudo-do, or pseudo, if you will. Project Dark Fox, Puck, Duncher, WJ, Cyber Knight, Roland, Sentient Pickle, Datron, Voltari, Hethrier, looking a little scruffy. Yo, who's scruffy looking? Did you set me up for that one on purpose? Because I'm really happy about that one, Hethrier. How can I be scruffy looking? My beard is shorter now than it has been for the majority of the time that I've been streaming. I confess I haven't shaved in a couple of days, and I need to buzz my head. I meant to do that this morning, but I didn't get around to it. So, you know, what are you going to do? What are you going to do? What's up, Samir? How you doing? I am doing well. I am doing well. I put a question mark at the end of my stream when I meant to put an exclamation point. So... other than that, doing well. You know? Whoopsie daisy. I just use a pair of clippers, Sentient Pickle. I go off and on between actually picking my head, which I used to do, but these days I pretty much just every few days I take a pair of clippers and whoop, 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 call it a day. Just clippers, no fancy head razor. I used to have one of those ones that you put on like your middle finger and you kind of swipe over your head. But that's when I was actually in the army. And it was easier to get up in the morning, do PT, and then do that during a shower than it was to make time in the bathroom with a sink where I could plug in a pair of clippers. We weren't like the Air Force. We didn't get our own bathrooms. We had to share a bathroom between like 30 dudes, which is terrible, by the way. Just awful. Note to self, do not put the nacho-dusted taco shells in the oven at higher than 400 degrees. It will carbonize the nacho cheese powder. Oh, interesting. Did you make nacho cheese armor? Damn it! Damn it, I updated the model command and I didn't update the STL command. Oh, I was so close. I was so close. Now, what it is printing, though... You know what? I didn't update it because I thought to myself, I remember thinking about it, I thought, I don't need to update STL because I'm printing the same thing. I'm printing things from the defense expansion, but I didn't realize I'd said the roof specifically. I didn't realize. You know what? I'm going to do it right now. I'm going to update it right now. You can't fucking stop me. And if someone comes in later in the stream and they hit exclamation point STL, it'll be the right one. And you'll go, but he didn't get it right, but he had it wrong the first time. And I'll go, that person's a fucking liar. And you know who the new person will believe? Me. Because I have a trustworthy face. That's probably why, right? Blam! Just like that. Did you see that, guys? That was real time. You even got to watch my fingers move. You got to see how bad a typist I am. Woo-wee! This is some high-quality streaming right here. It's like I'm developing the stream as I'm doing the stream. In some ways, the editing of the stream is the stream, which is meta when you think about it. Wife had surgery and it went well. Glad to hear that. 6 to 8 weeks of recovery. Ooh, but better day by day. I'm glad to hear that it's a positive outcome overall. That recovery can be a real pain in the ass. I am very glad to hear that, though. You know, this is all being recorded, right? It is? What? There are cameras? How did this happen? Raptor Prime Gaming, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the Storm Chasers. What you up to, Raptor? You paint minis? You painting anything? Out of curiosity? Let me drink my disgusting Sudo and we'll get started. Oh, it's so awful. Why do I keep drinking it? I need the sugar. I need the sugar. I don't need the sugar. Nobody needs that much sugar. What am I saying? I want the sugar in my blood. Messing around with these road corners and I feel like I'm still missing something here, so I'll have questions later. Yeah, toss them questions my way. Yeah, what are you missing? What's it doing wrong? Out of curiosity. May I talk about how a YouTube vid made me facepalm hard yesterday? You can, WJ. Go right ahead. It's a free fire idea zone in here. As long as your ideas don't take the form of pictures of your cock and balls, then we're good. Oh shit! Oh shit! Cat Ion, how you doing, Cat? With the raid, Cat was over there playing a game where you
don't respect the cat, you're gonna get the bat.
You get eaten by rats if you're not good enough.
Hello there.
Is that did I get that right? You're like in the 14th century and there's a plague on and you're like, I have to survive the plague, and then rats are like, hey, you remember us, right? We carry the plague. Also, we fucking eat you. Like a whole wave of rats just overwhelm you and they munch you down to the rib bones. It's silly, if I'm being honest. I remember, so I'm watching it when Cat first encounters the rats. They eat this monk, and Cat had the best reaction to it. She just starts laughing. This is supposed to be this super dramatic scene where this tide of evil rats comes up out of the basement, and it's just look at the rats. I was with it. I thought it was serious right up until then, and then I'm like, ooh, this premise might be a little bit silly. It looked like a fun game, though. Is that really? Was I saying that as the raid popped over? God, that's embarrassing. It's not. I'm not always talking about that, Rio. Just when you show up. That's the only time. Ooh, Chaotic got a sub, huh? That's exciting. Chaotic, you know, he needs all the help he can get. Jesus, it's so sweet. Why am I still drinking it? Let me take apart my Sigma Dome here. I'm about to have a big painting session on the Sigma Dome and the walls. I've got 2 printers going now. If you look at the printer cam, the STL printer cam, you'll note that it is the Ender 3 V2 that the camera is on now, not the old Ender 3 that it used to be on. At any given time, I am now printing 2 things! 2 things! Yes! I printed an LED bar for the new printer earlier today. It was a 3-hour print. I'm like, I need 2 of them. It's going to be 6 hours. Oh, wait! I'll print 1 on each, and now I've got 2. In only 3 hours. It's basically magic how 2 things can do things twice as fast as 1 thing? Is that right? Yeah, I think my math checks out there. This Englishman and Irishman were doing a video on Jung in his Red Book. This sounds like the setup for a joke. Alright, let's keep going. And they went on about how Europe had no warfare for about 100 years before World War I. What the fuck? Europe had no warfare for 100 years before World War I? That's just historically illiterate. Like, you can look at that period and go, well, no formal wars were technically declared between several of these factions, but I don't think there's been a period of 100 years in Europe that nobody's been at war for, like, the last 3,000 years. That doesn't happen. That's insane. There's always warfare going on. Those people Those Europeans, they're so warlike, I say, from the United States of America. No, but really, they fight each other constantly. Yeah, it was a continuation of the grudges from the Franco-Prussian War. That's... that's pretty silly, WJ. I'm glad you're liking it, Kat. It looks like a lot of fun. The Sea of Rats are also funny to me, though, for a different reason. If you've ever seen Wanted, a Sea of... I guess that did happen in Wanted. I liked Wanted. I'm not a big Angelina Jolie fan, but I do like James McAvoy, and I did enjoy Wanted. That was a lot of fun. Must have been news to the Europeans. What was I making fun of, Rogue? You're talking about something I just said, but don't make the assumption that I know what I'm saying at any given time. What was I making fun of on Sunday? I make fun of a lot of things. I make fun of just about everything. I'm doing good, Steiner. I'm feeling pretty good today. Feeling pretty good today. How are you doing, Steiner Miniatures? Thank you, Project Dark Fox, for the shout-out. Posting a pic of the Road Woes on the Discord. Let me take a look real quick. Let me take a look. We haven't gotten started yet, so let me just take a look. I'm still within my half hour of bullshit grace period, right? I hated that movie, but likely because I'm a fan of the comic and they butchered it. I never read the comic. So, with the absence of the comic in my mind, I enjoyed it, but I could see how that would happen. It usually does when you're familiar with the original source material. He makes fun of me all the time, LeMayo. I mean, it's... I hate to put it this way, but it's easy, and I'm a lazy person. You know, Steiner? I'm just kidding. Steiner Miniatures. How you been? How you been, man? I've only caught you a couple times on stream lately. Chaotic getting my gifts. Oh, yeah. Okay, I remember that now. Well, I mean, if it happens to Chaotic, I have to make fun of it. I'm pretty sure that's in the contract that we signed when I originally started putting his voice clips on here. I'm pretty sure that's part of it. If it's not, I'm doing it anyway, so you know. Let me go over to Discord real quick. Let's have a look at just what the fuck he is talking about. He being Cyber Knight. What channel did you put it in? Let me go down here. Questions and advice. What the... Oh. No, I see what happened. You only have one of them, and that's... Wait, hold on. How did that happen? Could you rotate that around? One of those files isn't right. Here, let me pull it up on the stream so you're not just looking at me staring at this. One of these files is incorrect. The one on the left is just plain wrong, and I know that that's my fault. That is a simple copy-paste of one of the standard road tiles that I failed to do when I made that file. Cyber, and I apologize for that. I will fix that immediately after the stream, and I'll get that replaced. That was my bad. Because you see, if you look at it here, all that needs to happen to make this work, and I did this on all my other turns, but for whatever reason when I threw this together, I must have just forgotten to do it, is I take this tile, and I copy-paste it here, and then it fits. And it's been this way with all of the turns. They all have to have an extra tile on one side if you're going the opposite direction. Wait, is that right? Hold on, no, that's not right, because this tile would fit in both of these. Why are there two? Because see, if you took this tile and put it over here, it would fit perfectly fine. Why does this file even exist? And then if you took this one and flipped it around, it would turn in this direction instead of going this direction. So really only the one should be needed. It looks like somebody mirrored the file and printed it. And that's just a big whoopsie. Because there should only be one turn. And one turn should go every direction that you need it to go effectively. Yeah, this file's wrong. I didn't do this. This is somebody else's fault. Flav! Flav! You... What? How did this even happen? Like, what? It threw my brain for a fuck for a moment there. Just adjusting this so that it will be right for later. Oh my god, no! Okay. Can we just put craters in the off spaces and call it a day? I mean, you could. There's nothing stopping you from doing that, really. Yeah, that seems like a, that just seems like a printing mistake, Cyber Knight. I was looking at that thinking, I don't remember making that file. How would I have done it wrong? And as it turns out, that file shouldn't exist. And I don't know why it got printed. I'll try and get you replacements for those, because it should just be a duplicate of the same file. It shouldn't be a mirrored version of the file. That's a whoopsie daisy. Yeah, Flavalicious, if you're here, if you come back and watch this stream, the same turn works for every single turn that you needed to make. Hey, Blundertud, what's up, Firestarter? How you doing? Hey, Bye-Bye 360, how goes it? Yeah, printing some wall tiles for the new Trinity City defense set. That one up top there on the Ender 3 V2, that's actually one of the through roads. Through roads? Tunnels? Road tunnels? Tunnel roads? It's a combination of words that makes sense, just trust me. It's one of the tunnels. It'll be a wall piece that connects to the rest of the walls, and it lets the 4-lane roads pass through them with a little tunnel. Holy poop nuggets, I missed the alert. Sorry, I missed even 5 seconds of that bearded gnome face of... Gnome? 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 Gnome. Really? Gnome. That's what I get. I'll take ferret over gnome. I'll take kobold over gnome. Gnome. What, is my nose too bulbous? Come on, man. More of a half-goblin. Don't ask how a half-goblin would even come to be. It'll keep you up at night. Machine God is here. I guess we can start streaming now. What's up, Machine God? I'm glad to hear that. Bye-bye. What you up to, man? You painting anything? A lot of people around here paint things, is why I ask. You don't have to be painting anything. Though I'm always curious. I'm always curious to know what y'all are working on while I'm streaming, and that's why we have a bit at the end of the stream called The Storm Report. Which is really just an audience share segment. And if there's anybody who is new to the stream today, don't feel pressure to participate, but it's a whole lot of fun, and I think it would be cool if you did. I didn't say the thing. Well, honestly, I don't know if I said the thing. I'm not looking at the bingo card anymore.
Where the only rule is...
Please don't show me your genitals. Important.
Have fun, be safe, and above all...
Don't show them to me. For the love of God. No genitalia. It's one of the very, very few rules that we have for the Storm Report. But if you did feel like participating in the Storm Report, if you have a miniature you painted, some art that you've done, a sketch that you've done, a fucking Japanese rock garden that you've raked recently, if you have a picture that you've taken, anything creative you feel like sharing, all you have to do is go into the Thunderhead Studio Discord, which you can access by hitting !Discord in the chat, or by going just below where this amazing, apparently gnome-like face appears, and click the Discord button. And then go into the channel marked Storm Report and post up to 2 pictures that you would like to have seen, and at the end of the stream, we'll go through them and we'll talk about them. And I might drool over it. It's entirely possible. That happens sometimes. Hey, Nanotanks, finished my Crusader project. Super happy. Super happy is where I like that. I like it when that's where you are. You know? Hey, Captain Zodabeer, good to see you, man. How are things? Just artistic pictures of snorting cocaine off a hooker's ass. A long weekend spent looking into the mirror. You know how it is. Alright, I should probably actually do something at some point on this stream, huh? Let me take it apart. I'm just showing off the Sigma Dome here. I've got to get this one painted. I actually have enough to add to the board now, and I'm arguing with myself about like what colors I want to do on it and everything, and I think I'm probably just going to go with my usual boring-ass gray. Because as it turns out, I have no real imagination. I've been fooling you all into thinking that I know what I'm doing. Or maybe you never bought it. I don't know, that's possible. But I don't actually know what I'm doing, essentially, at all. We got some Griffins. We got some Griffins, who I think actually look pretty cool. Positioned in our little mech bays here. Right? Right? Come on. Still need to do a Scale Union Dropship Thunderhead Studio. Ooh. A Scale Union, that's big. That's real big. It could be done, but damn. So I am working on a dropship right now. I am working on a dropship that is going to be specifically hex compatible and hex playable. That is to say that every horizontal surface on it you can also stand a mech on, because the one thing that I hate about dropships in Battletech is they take up a big footprint and they don't give it back. They don't give it back. Oh, Coral, I have him right over here. He's waiting for me to decide on a basing scheme for him and do a couple of small touch-ups. I need to decide on a basing scheme for the Thunder Skunk, and I'm going to base him, and then I'm going to start to work on the next one. I got Cherry Bomb and Cloud Hopper here, mostly based, minus the flocking. I put a little bit... I know you guys said you didn't want a whole lot of battle damage or dust on them, so I just did a minimum... Am I out of focus? I feel like I'm out of focus. Woodland base scheme? I can do that. I can do that, Coral. I've actually got some little trees that I can use I think you'll like. Let me adjust my focus. I feel like I'm just a little bit out here. That's pretty good. But yeah, they need their flocking. They're just... I did a real standard desert base like I've done on all of them. I did a little bit of dust on the feet. But I'm going to try to get a group picture of these guys and the other Storm Chasers a little bit later. I think Cherry Bomb came out fantastic. I really do. I'm pretty pleased with Cloud Hopper too, but I really like how Cherry Bomb came out. What was I saying? Yeah, okay, so that's always been my problem with map scale or mech scale dropships, is just how much of a footprint they occupy in the game and how little of that footprint is then usable when you're playing it. So I've got a dropship in the works that will satisfy that issue, at least for me. Now, I didn't intend it to be as big as it is, but the fact that I am making it in multiple parts and making it hex compatible makes me more comfortable with the size of it. But I mean, it's let me see, the line on my hex is up here. After I blocked it out and made the initial parts, it's gonna be like, you see my hand over here? It's gonna be like out to here. It's gonna be a big damn dropship. And it's only really gonna hold a lance, but it also is gonna double as a cargo craft. I think you guys will like it. And you know what it isn't? It isn't another leopard. It is not another leopard. And I feel like that has to be mentioned because there are about half a bajillion leopards out there. Not the face-eating kind, the mech lance dropping kind. I could paint Sigma Dome on stream. You guys want to see terrain painting on stream? I don't feel like terrain painting is the most interesting to watch, but we could do it. Need to go heads... Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, Project Dark Fox. You take care of yourself, man. Yeah. As a fairly regular migraine sufferer myself, I sympathize. I do. Cat Ion has been sitting around thinking about sentient pickles. I don't know exactly what that means. But, she has been. So, I mean, there you go, you know? Kiwi Color Studios, I think, is working on a union. Yeah! Kiwi Color Studios a while ago was talking about getting a union with a usable interior put together, and I would like to see that. I have a hard time imagining how I'm going to use the interior of a union, but if I can get the hexes back, I'm definitely happy. Oh, it was all good thoughts. I'm glad to hear that. Why am I still drinking that? So. If you're playing on a 6x4, you have a few hexes to lose. Doesn't mean I like it. It doesn't mean I like it. Forgot it wrong. Ooh. Though, yeah, that is a good point. If you're playing on a full 6x4, you can afford to devote a few hexes to a dropship. It's all fun and games until a pickle has a laser. That's a troubling thought. Ship them to me, I'll drink them. I don't think it would be worth the expense. For the cost of shipping alone, you could go buy yourself like 4 flats of them. I got a bunch of Griffins on the table in front of me today. We got these 2, which I think are the 2 that I'm going to be working on. Because they're in kind of... Oh, don't do that. They're in kind of the most static poses, and I'm going to be working on Lyran First Royal Guard. I kind of want to do 2 Griffins and then set them up in a little pose like they're standing on either side of the throne in the Lyran throne room. You know those ones. We got a couple other poses of them that I will be doing up later in different color schemes, at least a few of them. I'm going to do like the Sultic Roundfacers from Dugram. I think I'll do at least one of them to add to my Merrick First Free Worlds Guard, and who knows? I'll do a bunch of Griffins, I guess, since I can paint as many of them as I want. I've started on the Shadowhawk. I'm about 50% of the way through building the Shadowhawk. I have the chest piece completely done, and the shoulders, most of the arms, and starting on the legs a little bit later today. I have this Royal Griffin. This is the other variant that I did. You can see he's got the SRM-6 on either shoulder. He didn't print quite right. His missile launchers got a little smushified because I didn't have supports connected to them properly, so I am going to have to reprint this one. But they came together just fine. Not going to paint the Steiner variant in Lyran colors, the 1S. Yeah, the 1S was produced in Steiner space forever and ever and ever and ever. He might end up Lyran. I need to do a few more poses of the 1S. This one, the details on his arm came out a little bit soft, and I want to do a few more poses and print out... Because, I mean, I made the 1N and the 2N and the 1S. If I'm being honest, when I'm playing Griffins, I'm running the 1S a lot of the time. A lot of the time I'm using the 1S, so I need more poses of this guy, and I'm probably going to print out a bunch of him. The Griffin 1S is just such a damn good mech. It's so brawly. So brawly. Oh. Mr. Mom house husband thing. Well, that's very thoughtful of you, Sentient Pickle. Are the Lyran Royal Guard Griffins that guard the throne specifically 1Ss, or can they be 1Ns? I guess I should ask that question. Has it ever been determined what variant they are, or are they just Griffins? I feel like the 1N is fine, isn't it? There was a picture. Somebody pull up a picture and tell me if they're 1Ns. It doesn't matter. I can do anything I want, and also I think that the First Royal Guard would also have 1Ns in them, so I think it's fine. But that's what I'm going to work on for these guys today, and if I understand it correctly, the Lyran First Royal Guards are primarily Lyran blue with gold stripes on the side. I think I'm going to do red cockpit glass. Well, somebody find out. You guys are on your computers. You have access to the World Wide Web. What blue am I going to start with here? Here we go. A nice, deep void blue to start with. Actually, you know what? I think I might go with my Dr. P.H. Martin's Nautical Blue. It's a good blue to start with. They are 1Ns? Well, poop. That's what I say. I guess I could paint the one in. Why you gotta bring doubt? Why you gotta bring doubt into this world of imagination? Alright, fine. Fine. I'm gonna focus on the 1S for right now in the Lyran colors, and then maybe I'll start on a Merrick scheme on one of the other ones. You convinced me. The details on his right arm did come out a little bit soft on this print, but, you know, we'll do some more. That's no biggie. I did ask. I did, in fact. Camo specs is not great. Well, for some reason, the launcher's on the right. I mean, to be fair, that happened to a lot of 1N models just because people are constantly modifying them and are too lazy to change the side of the launcher. But, yeah, we can do the 1N. Or the 1S, rather. Why the heck not? I was going with the more passive poses because I thought that they're like, you know, guards standing in the throne room and they would probably be in more passive poses, but this will work too. What color do you think I should paint the LRM tips on my catapult? I want to do white with red tips, but they're so damn small. Yeah, I've had that problem before too, where I want to do 2 colors in the missile tips, but they're so small, WJ. What's the rest of the color scheme? In general, I would just go with something that contrasts or clashes heavily with the rest of the color schemes so that they stand out. Maybe someone unwanted entered the throne room, and now he's doing a sweet-ass lunging aiming pose, right? Yeah, sure, let's go with that. Now, I've said this before, and I'll say it again, one of the nice things about 3D printing models is I feel much more free to experiment with wild-ass color schemes. This nautical blue is a little purple. It's a little purple, and I think maybe true blue is what I want to go with. Yeah, blue and gold. They're blue down the middle, and then they have a gold stripe on either side that covers the outsides of their legs and shoulders, and then the complete arm. Where'd my mouse go? Let me click on this real quick. Since Crossbow Roof is sharing pictures. Yeah, that's the one I'm thinking of. Now this one, I actually kind of like this. A lot of the ones I've seen have the entire arm in gold. This one just has the outside of the arm in gold and then the outside of the leg in gold. I don't hate that. I don't hate that at all. But I've also seen them where the entire arm is gold, and then that stripe continues onto the shoulders and down the legs. What's up, Arkudaki? Good to see you. That, or perhaps the Steiner Throne Room has a pose of the week with the Griffins. They're like, strike a pose, Royal Guards! Excuse me. Let's go ahead and slap down a little bit of paint. What do you say? Ginyu Force Griffins. I'd pay money to see that. I would. I truly would. So then that's the question. Should I do the entire arm in gold? That was kind of what I was thinking. Or just the outside? With mostly blue on the rest. It's an interesting question. Gold shoulder pad, blue arm. The more I think about it, the more I kind of like that. Other possible thought. Let's see what you got here. Yeah, that's the one I'm looking at right now. Yeah, I'm thinking mostly blue, and then gold down the outside of the arm and on the weapon here and on the shoulder pad, and then gold up the outside of the leg and covering the hip plate, but then blue on the rest of it. That's what I'm thinking as of right now. Let's try it out. Because if I don't like it, you know what I can do is either repaint it or print another one and throw this one in the fucking trash. So let's get started. Where the hell are my gloves? Where the hell are my gloves? Hang on. Send it to a follower. Send it to... I'd rather light it on fire than send it to a follower. No, that's actually a good idea. But basically, the worst case scenario is I don't like it, and that's just not that bad. I'll start out with this on the back to get a feel for how it's going to go down. So blue. Yeah, this is the right blue. I didn't want to do the nautical blue, I just thought I did. I'm guessing for the undercarriage bits on this, since I'm going with such a dark blue, I'm going to go with a lighter gray for the exposed metal portions.
Welcome back to 50 Shades of Coal Gray. And as he pulled his stiff bristles out of my wet fluids, I yelled out, "No, Thunderhead! You need to thin that paint first!"
Misprints and mispaints can be your gamer girl bathwater. Brilliant! Utterly brilliant. But that would imply that I'm making money off them instead of just giving them away. And that seems like the least likely scenario. Just occurred to me the ones you have standing upright are the correct ones for the Steiner throne room. But see, they've got the 5 on their shoulder. That image is all fucked up. And of course it's Scroggins. That explains why. That's mean, I shouldn't say that, no. But it has the 5 on the shoulder, but it's on the right shoulder, which is wrong. And then it has what looks like a PPC, but no dual MLAS, which is also wrong. I think the right answer is that it doesn't fucking matter. No, you don't have to apologize. I'm the one over here who's asking for canon information when canon information changes every couple of months. The 1S makes sense to me, though, because the 1S is, first of all, the only one that would even be remotely useful at the kind of quarters those Griffins would engage at. And, on top of that, it was the primary model that was being manufactured in Steiner space for a long, long time. So I think the 1S makes the most sense. Such a deep blue. What band? What Pretzel? What is this? Is this like the Mega Man soundtrack or something? Not that I'm complaining. It's just more video gamey than usual. Oh no, this isn't bare plastic. This is a black primer and then a quick white zenithal. Oopsies. I went over a little further than I'd planned, but that's no big deal. It's the back of his foot. Who's ever going to look at the back of this guy's foot? I mean, I am. But, you know, we've already committed to it, so... What's everybody watching right now? Realized last night as I was having dinner and I was like, what do I want to watch right now? What shows? I started watching Umbrella Academy Season 2. I mean, I watched Season 1 and I enjoyed Season 1, and I have a hard time, like, guys, you know I don't hesitate to have negative opinions about things. Like, at all. I can't figure out what it is about Umbrella Academy that keeps turning me off. I'm usually better at articulating, like, this thing was stupid. I can't put my finger on it. It's like everything about it makes me think I should like it. I just don't. I don't know what it is. It's irritating, though. I just get this real bemused feeling. I get this, like a funny thing happens on the screen, and I'm like, yep, that was a joke, but I'm not laughing. And I can't articulate why. And it's bothering me. Not like a lot. It's not a big deal or anything. I could just not watch the show. But it's like part of me wants to keep watching it, and the other part of me wants to make fun of me for continuing to watch it. Farscape, that's good. When you do white over black Zenithal, did you spray from above or something else? I'll come at it from a couple of angles, and sometimes I'll leave a few angles off, just mostly trying to catch parts of the model that I want to focus on. But I usually won't go any deeper than like a 30-degree angle from the top. Mostly from above. I would say from 12 to maybe 10 and 2, you know? And then spun around in 360 degrees. Watch the first episode of the Digimon Adventures reboot. I didn't even know there was one. Random YouTube videos right now, mainly VTubers, because what else are you going to do when you're locked up other than being constructive? Farscape really is a great show. I thoroughly enjoy Farscape. Like I said, though, I'm trying to enjoy Umbrella Academy Season 2. There's a line in there in the very first episode where I almost laughed out loud when he's like, "The world is ending in 10 days again." Like, I'm glad somebody who's writing this recognizes how kind of tiresome that is as a plot device when every single season ends with, "I've been to the future and the world's about to end and we gotta stop it." Like, that was the plot of the first season. How is that also the plot of the second season? Whatever. Whatever, let's just do it. I get the impression, and maybe this is just me being a beehole, you know? I get the impression watching Umbrella Academy that the show thinks it's a lot more clever than it actually is. Like, it's trying really hard to be clever, and then it's taking these moments where it pulls you out of the action to be like, "Hey, audience, look at how clever I am." And I'm like, you're not actually that clever. You're, I mean, it's entertaining enough, but you are not that good of a writer, man. But I don't know if that's legitimately my problem with it. That's just the feeling that I get from it. The show lacks any and all humility in its style. It clearly thinks it's very funny. It clearly thinks its jokes are very funny, and some of them are very funny. Some of them are pretty bad. There's nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with having stupid jokes and bad humor, but I don't know, it doesn't seem very self-aware. Seems like it's trying to be, while not really understanding how that works. Too much superheroes is my problem with Umbrella. Yeah, maybe Umbrella would have been better 5 years ago, before we were quite as overwhelmed with superhero fiction as we have right now, because it feels like it's trying to introduce a lot of pathos. It's trying to be very tongue-in-cheek, and it's like, you know, like 4 other movies and shows have done this, right? And better. Like, you know Deadpool exists, right? You know that The Boys exists, right? You know that we've been doing this for a long fucking time and you're kinda late to the party, right? And then in the first episode, they killed off, like, the only actor that I gave a shit about in the entire show, so I'm like, whatever. I assume he's dead. He seems pretty dead. Hey, long time no see. What's up, Ponburn? You don't know who I'm talking about, Cat. Also, it'll happen within, like, the first 10 minutes, so you won't be too spoiled. The Boys is really quite good, but The Boys is clever and well written. The Boys it introduces unexpected concepts that are utterly missed by shows like The Umbrella Academy. That and The Umbrella Academy, again, has the character Klaus in the first episode he finds these ways to be at odds with stereotypical, like, redneck hick type Americans who are real jerk faces to guys like him. And again, it's like they just missed the fucking mark, because the actual, redneck unfriendly guys in the bar that he has a conflict with aren't actually doing anything that bad. They're like looking at him funny and going, "Hey there, boy. Hey, boy, you don't belong here." But that's like the worst thing they do, and he fucking steals their car. I'm like, what the am I supposed to feel anything for this character? What's up, Audio Weasel? Good to see you, man. Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the Storm Chasers. I'm just bitching about Umbrella Academy while I paint a Griffin. The Boys is good because Karl Urban is great. I expected Karl Urban to be the primary draw of The Boys. I gotta be honest with you, even as someone who is as much of a Karl Urban fan as I am, what's his name? The guy who plays, oh, Christ. I hope that's the point, Pondburn, because he was being a complete asshole and then a thief. I'm gonna get through the whole season, but we'll see. Homelander in The Boys, like, stole the fucking show. He was amazing in Season 1, and I am super looking forward to him in Season 2. Watchmen was better than I thought it was going to be. Arkudaki. Watchmen was, like, really quite good. And it's not your standard superhero fare at all. I don't think Watchmen's for everyone. Watchmen is one of those that is bound to be divisive by its very nature. But as far as quality, just quality television goes, it's some of the best television I've seen in years. It was not perfect. It certainly had some issues, but it was real good. And I appreciate that there's only going to be the one season of it. It's not being continued. It's a self-contained story, and we get so few of those these days. Oh yeah, Homelander is a sociopath. But he's also a victim. That's what I liked about the way the bad guy superheroes are portrayed in The Boys. It's real easy to be like, ooh, I'm gonna write a story, and the superheroes who you think are the good guys are really the bad guys. And that's certainly what they present you with in the beginning of it, but it's not necessarily true. Like, they do bad things, yes. They are bad people, arguably, but they're also victims in a big way. They're not necessarily, like, it may be hard to sympathize with them, but it's easy to empathize with them, if that makes sense. A lot of butthurt Trek fans about Lower Decks. I can't bring myself to give a shit about anything Star Trek right now, not after Picard. I'm just like, you know what? If something, if Star Trek manages to pull their head out of their ass, I'm sure I'll hear about it. People will be like, hey, this new show is amazing and it's a big deal. But until there's, like, major buzz about them fixing something and the show's becoming something other than complete dog shit, I'm ignoring it. I just don't care. Here's a thought. Before I do that, should I do the cockpit struts in gold? I don't know. I might just do blue. I'm gonna leave it for the moment while I decide. No. No pink cockpit. Is that an actual spoiler? I don't know. Because I didn't finish watching Picard, nor will I. I do try to veer away from spoilers for almost anything in general in this chat, just because some people do want to watch things. This isn't all about me. But I personally, like, if it's just a conversation with me, you can spoil all of Picard you want. I don't give a shit. I watched the first 2 episodes and I could tell it was going to be a shit show. Not that I know. No, it's because people suggested it much earlier on a stream, and we actually went and did it. I am gonna do the cockpit struts in blue. His whole head is gonna be blue minus the cockpit glass. Why overcomplicate it? That's my question. Are we gonna get a little bit of other color in there with the face tubes? What about the missile launcher? You suppose blue as well? Kinda just a whole lot of blue and then some gold is really what I'm going for. Found itself after about 4 episodes. I don't know. I've tried to get into modern Star Trek so much and it's just disappointed me over and over. I've reached a point where it's like they could have something good and I wouldn't care at this point. I've been burned too many times, you know? Spinny Wheel of Doom? Well, that's concerning, Dark Fox. Other people don't seem to be having a problem. Yeah, like, you could come to me and say, oh, Picard gets amazing in the last episode, and my response would just be kind of like, yeah, okay. They've burned me so many times that I no longer care. I needed something amazing. I needed something that demonstrated they really understood where they fucked up with things like Star Trek Nemesis and Insurrection, and what I've got is, at best, it gets good a few episodes in, and I'm sorry, but that's not good enough. It's not good enough. Not for a character like Picard. Not for one of my favorite characters. Not for someone who is in my personal pantheon of fictional characters that I look to for moral advice, okay? If you're not getting it completely right, then I don't want to see it. And maybe that's harsh, but they've had a lot of chances to fix that shit, and they just haven't done it. So, fuck them. There's other shit I can be spending my time on without hoping that the Star Trek writers pull their heads out of their asses every couple of years. We had a chance with the Orville. The Orville was amazing. We're not going to get any more of it, so... whatever. Evening out my blue on a few of these panels where it pooled a bit. Like I said, if they really, really turn it around, if Star Trek becomes amazing again one day, you know what? It'll be a big cultural phenomenon. I'll find out about it then, and I'll watch it after the fact. But I'm done. I'm done waiting with bated breath for them to ruin my favorite characters over and over and over again. Ooh, I want to do the shoulder pad, too. Still got some blue here. I got enough. It doesn't really, Rogue. It doesn't help. to do the cockpit glass before I do any more work on the cockpit struts. Or I'll regret it. Much in the same way that I've learned... Oh, I'm way off camera. Sorry about that. Much in the same way that I've learned to paint the eyes before the rest of the face. Different thing to talk about. You're looking forward to Cyberpunk 2077. I am looking forward to Cyberpunk 2077 so much that it makes me a little bit nervous. A little bit nervous. Because I don't feel like it can live up to what I hope it will be. You know? No, come on. Come on, WJ. Hethrir may have trash taste, but there's no reason to be rude now. After all, I enjoy bad things too. Oh, it's gonna be gigantic, Hethrir. Hang on, I feel like I missed a message in there. You can see the stream now, and you did nothing. Well, I mean, you know, sometimes these things fix themselves. What's up, Kabawaki? How you doing? I don't know if that's been officially confirmed, Sentient Pickle. I haven't looked much into it, but I've heard a number of times that it's getting canceled. Don't take my word for it. Look it up. Really nice blue. Thank you, Audio Weasel. This blue is... I've been using these for a while. These Dr. P.H. Martin's Spectralite Liquid Acrylics. They go on real nice, and if you've done a zenithal highlight, they actually preserve the original shading quite a bit. I'm not too worried about it on this one. I'm just laying down the base blue, and I want it to be good and dark and rich, and that's what this is. It has been established he likes bad things. Alright, I want to lay down a base for my red first, and then the gold. Oh, I do have a beer. Thank you for reminding me. I'm on the last of my Stella. Will I stream it? I think everybody's going to be streaming Cyberpunk 2077 when it comes out. That doesn't mean I won't. It's just worth noting that Cyberpunk 2077 streams are going to be a dime a bajillion. So when I made this miniature, I told myself, I want the cockpit glass to be easily accessible and not a pain in the ass to paint. And you know what? I think I've achieved that. Reorient myself a little bit here. I keep going off camera. That's my bad.
When watching Thunderhead stream, you may
can't do it
feel
after.
the urge to do the cha-cha.
You can't do it after.
Slide it to the left, and then slide it to the right, and then hold it off screen entirely. Come on, Thunderhead, put it back on camera.
It's not even fair.
You know, I suppose you could just go ahead and glorb that paint on anywhere. It's not like
Y'all
we're
are,
trying to get
y'all are
inside the
misusing
lines or
Chaotic
whatever.
Harmony at this point. I'm gonna tell him, too.
Here at Thunderhead Studios, it's okay to be sloppy. Bonus points if it's white paint.
Yeah, this cockpit glass is actually a pleasure to paint. This is one of the first battle mechs I've painted where I haven't hated that part. Still need to paint my core set. There's no need for the frowny face. There's no need at all for the frowny face, Audio Weasel. Here's the thing. Here's the thing, guys. Folks. Ladies and gentlemen, locusts and gentle mechs. Wait, something tasteless happened? Ooh, oh, that is tasteless. That's bad. You can be you can be forgiven for that one, sentient pickle, as long as you feel an appropriate amount of shame, which it seems that you do, so that's fine. Here's the thing, though. I know the feeling. I know the feeling of, man, I need to paint that mini. I told myself I was going to paint that set and I haven't painted it. And then a day goes by, and then a week goes by, and then a month goes by, and then there's dust on it, and it's still on your desk, and you're looking at it, and you're thinking, why haven't I painted this? What's wrong with me? Why can't I get to it? And it's something that's supposed to be fun, and it's something that is supposed to be an outlet for your imagination and for your creativity, and you just can't get around to doing it. And what is wrong with me? Why can't I paint this? I gotta paint it, I gotta paint it. It's like every time you say you have to paint it, somehow it gets worse. Somehow the problem compounds. Somehow you feel less capable. Just push all that shit right out of your head, honestly. No frowns. No frowns and no tears because there's something you've been meaning to paint that you haven't gotten around to yet. It doesn't fucking matter. It doesn't matter. You can get around to painting it whenever you want to. I'm not even going to say that, Cat. I'm not even going to say just fucking do it. Now, I recognize that is a good, solid motivation, you know, if you need it. If that's what you need is the just fucking do it. Just sit down and get started. If that's what you need, then take that and roll with it. But you don't have to. There's nothing wrong with letting it sit on your desk until you feel the inspiration to do it. Until you feel that urge that I have to sit down right now and paint it because, oh, I want to, and that's when you should do it. Now, it is, of course, a different matter if you haven't had time to, but you know what? You can forgive yourself for that, too. How dark do I want to start with this gold? I'm going to lay down a pretty dark brown to start with, honestly, I think. As my overall color, I'm going to start with dark flesh tone. And that's fair, Audio Weasel. Sometimes we don't get the time that we want to paint, and that sucks. What I'm just saying is, let yourself off the hook for it, because the more you focus on the fact that you haven't had time to do it, or that you haven't gotten it done, the less inspired you're going to feel to actually do it. At least that's been my experience. I'm just saying, let yourself off the hook. The world's not going to end, you know? I mean, it might, but it won't end because of that. I'm going all the way to brown with this, and then I'm going to highlight it up by hand. Ooh, I should have done the knees first. Oh well, that's okay. I just, you know, this last year I've been exploring more the mental and emotional side of creativity and painting, and recognizing my own bad habits. And one of my bad habits, my two big bad habits, I think, are, number one, the tendency to, exactly what I was just talking about. I told myself I was going to paint this. I told myself I was going to paint a complete army, and it was all gonna be freehand. I told myself I was gonna paint 1,000 iron snakes. I told myself. So part of breaking that for me, I'm trying to not plan. I'm not saying I don't want to plan things. Planning is perfectly fine. But I'm trying to stop doing these grand concepts in my head and then feeling bad when I don't meet them. I'm trying to set realistic, small, and achievable goals, do them, and then move on into more advanced goals. I'm trying to set goals that can be expanded into larger projects rather than planning on the large project from the get-go. Because the big plans can seem unachievable. Even when you do a lot of work on them, you still have so far to go that they seem unachievable. They become this unicorn that you're chasing rather than something you're actually doing. And not everybody has this problem, obviously, but I do. So I'm just taking it one at a time and getting through it. And just keeping myself working on whatever. If I'm working on anything, I'm doing better than if I'm just staring at one model and not getting it done. And the other thing I'm trying to break myself of, and you guys have heard me talk about this on the stream a number of times, I'm trying to break myself of the tendency to do the whole, oh, you're a better painter than I am, I could never paint like that in a million years. I'm trying to stop saying that about myself, just ever, in relation to anybody, because the fact is, you can. If you put in the practice and you put in the time, you can paint just like that. Just like that artist that you admire so much. And it's sort of a self-fulfilling prophecy when you talk about yourself like that, when you say, I'm not that good, oh, you're better than I am, oh, blah, 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 that self-deprecation. It's a defensive mechanism, and it's an understandable one. But it's the kind of thing where if you tell yourself that enough, it can become true. It can become... You'll start to believe it. Even if you don't believe it when you say it most of the time, you will start to believe it if you say it enough. That's true of anything. Anything you say about yourself, no matter how crazy it is, if you say it enough, you say it often enough, you can and will come to believe it. This is the trick behind so many of those self-help books. The ones that are like, oh, well, be nice to yourself. Oh, say good things about yourself. That's exactly what they're trying to do in the opposite direction. And you should take that and do something with that. Say good things about yourself. Say good things about your painting. Find things about your paint jobs that you like and focus on those things because, you deserve to be nice to yourself. I'll tell you what, the world out there is a cruel, vicious, petty son of a bitch. And it'll rip you down every chance it gets. You don't have to rip yourself down for it. You can afford to be your own cheerleader. Sometimes you might be your only cheerleader, but you know what? Be that at least. You deserve a cheerleader, it might as well be you. I wish you luck with that. Wish you luck with that Rogue 19. I think that's pretty cool, man. Get in there with those CSO painters. Start setting the standard, man. That's pretty good. Now I can do my grays. My take on art is that it should be individualized. Imitation only gets you so far. You need to find what works for you and what you do that is unique. I agree. I absolutely agree. And I say a variation of that pretty often. To take what works, leave what doesn't, and let yourself be creative. Develop your own style. The artists you go out there and see working on stuff, you're never going to develop your own style if you're not willing to take risks, Do what you like. Do what you like. There's a certain amount of imitation that you can do. I prefer to refer to it as inspiration. If you see somebody who does something that you really love, try it out. Why the hell not? Only person I want to be better than is my past self. Sentient Pickle, that is the right way to look at it. Maximum Pickle. Ooh. Is that your final form, Maximum Pickle? My personal bar is pretty high these days. I have to thank her solid, though. If Ed suggested I take a diorama for a shot of my falcons, I wouldn't have realized I've got the skill for CSO. You've got the skill, and you know what? Your skill's only going to keep growing. It's a funny thing. You do something often enough, and you get better at it. I don't know what they call that. I feel like there should be a word for that. I seen it. You're fond of me lobster. Bloody, you're fond of me lobster, though, ain't you? If I had a steak, oh boy, a rare bloody steak. I'm just glad to have somebody around who obsesses over that scene as much as I do. Like, I'm doing something a little new with this mech today. I usually lean a lot heavier on Zenithal than I am right now, but I'm just trying something else out. I'm ignoring my Zenithal almost entirely. And I'm gonna go with a slightly warm gray. What? 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 God. Ooh, if you guys haven't seen The Lighthouse, you really, really should. I'm just gonna tell you right now, you might not like the movie. You might not get the movie. And if you don't get the movie, don't feel bad, because it's not the kind of movie that you're supposed to just go, oh yeah, this is what happened. It is definitely a movie that is supposed to prompt more thought than it is supposed to answer questions. It is going to present you with what could be a fairly simple, straightforward story of event A leading to event B leading to outcome C. It will also present you with a story that is largely allegorical and mythological. Could use more Robert Pattinson jerking it in the woodshed, right? That was the best scene. I should have done this before, but oh well, I'm doing it now. Do that in blue. I still got some blue? I do, I can fix that. What's up, Tremere? How you doing? You left an R out, unfortunately, or you would have got me.
You know, I suppose you could just go ahead and glorb that paint on anywhere.
There it is.
It's not like we're trying to get inside the lines or anything. Welcome back to 50 Shades of Cold Gray, Chapter 2. And as I lay on the cold, unforgiving table, my liquid spewing out from beneath me across the polished surface, I look up to see Thunderhead shaking his head, eyes alight with disappointment as he cleans his brush.
With disappointment. Oh, 2 more spots I missed with my blue. We can fix that. We can fix that. I just blew myself. More like Goat Lover 69. What's up, Shake? Shake. I never see you in the chat. What's up, man? How you doing? Of course, I've missed a lot of DLG lately, to be fair. DLG still suffers the wrath of the Goat Lord periodically. Basically, anytime something bad happens to him, I just claim it's because of the goats. It's not true, but nobody can prove that, so... Well, Shake, are you in Europe? You're in Europe, right? Yeah, that's what I thought. That's why it's late for you. Yeah, I always have trouble catching up with my European streaming brothers. Everybody over there starts super late for me. I only catch a couple of you on. I mean, I'm a bit of a night owl. But yeah, for you, I guess this would be pretty late. Well, I appreciate you staying up to stop in, my man. I start work at way too early. Ugh. Ugh. I don't even know what time and it makes me go, ugh. Ooh, I neglected a spot where I should have put some of my cockpit glass red, but that's fine because I remembered it just now. And we can fix that. How've things been for you lately, Shake? Shake. You keeping busy? Working hard, hardly working? Staying safe, I hope. Working hard and winning competitions out the wazoo. That sounds like a strange sort of competition. I tend to avoid entering competitions that have anything to do with my wazoo. But, you know, I've got delicate sensibilities, so. Antennas. Tubes looking pretty good. Antennas done up. How about the front of the LRM-5? That seems like a good move. I was also making very sure when I did this to make LRM tubes that aren't too damn small to paint like they wind up on so many other models. I'm really kind of liking this, I oversized some of the details on this model, in the head and the hands in particular. And I made it kind of extra chunky, even chunkier than the original Soltic roundfacer was. And it kind of gives it that 40K heroic scale look. And I think that that's a look I'm going to lean into because it's actually working out really, really well for painting. And I feel like more Battletech minis need to be... well, I think that more people making Battletech minis need to consider that people want to paint these goddamn things. It's not just about how technically cool does it look when it's rendered. Like, no. Am I able to paint it? That should be the real question, without, you know, needing a freaking magnifying. Yeah, you can see how the large laser got a little bit smushed. So yeah, chonk. Definitely some chonk. Wait, this is a large laser. This is a large laser, not a small laser. I want blue, not red. What's wrong with me? There we go. More Battletech minis need to be in better scale with each other. They do.
We specialize in turning your shame into more shame.
That's also true. I think in general, what they need at CGL, whoever it is that's dictating the features of these various Battletech minis, what someone really, really needs to do is get them all on the same page as far as, look guys, your shit all needs to be in the same scale, and you need to make details that are no smaller than X value. X size, because I'm fucking sick of the tiny details, man. Hang on, I am adjusting the position of my camera slightly so that I'm not painting behind my own head quite so much. I think that might be a little bit better. Now it's off a little bit to the side, but I feel like that's going to feel more natural. Yeah, this is kind of where I want to paint. So if I drift off to the left, do let me know. Said I want to do Lyran Regular's paint scheme, but it's OD green. How do you keep stumbling into those paint schemes, Roland? Gonna try my hand at highlighting some new miniatures this week. Any tips? Yeah, using the edge of your brush, if you're doing edge highlighting in particular, using the edge of your brush is important. You want to load up some paint and then just kind of drag it along the edge to deposit it. For highlighting in general, it really kind of depends on what exactly it is that you're doing, Tawar. If you post up some pictures of specifically what minis you're painting, I'm sure we can give you some tips. Yeah, if you're doing battle mechs, though, edge highlighting goes a long way. I'll tell you what, don't be afraid of contrast. There is a tendency when highlighting miniatures, well, let me explain how it works in general. At least my experience with it has been, you hold the mini right here when you're painting it, like right up in your face. And so you're seeing each and every little detail, and you're painting right here. And right here, a transition might look chunky or too sharp. But if you take the miniature and you hold it away from yourself at about arm's length, roughly 3 feet. Remember that average viewing distance is 3 to 5 feet. Move the miniature away from yourself, set it down and take a look at it every now and then, because your highlights might be better than you think. And what looks really good up here, a really fine, real gradual highlight, might not look like anything at all at 5 feet. It might just look like the color. Don't be afraid of high contrast, because high contrast is going to pop a lot better at average viewing distance. You're a highlight. You're a towel. What's up, Jack? How you doing, my man? Speaking of which, I'm going to start working up into my yellow with some Vallejo wood.
I'm not saying Thunderhead's trying to brush you off, but you're just base coat, man.
Just base coat, man. You have a Huntsman Spider roommate. That's, what? I would move out of that situation as soon as humanly possible. Did you move to Australia? I should have cleaned my palette before I streamed. I'm going to run out of space. But, so be it. But that's the worst thing about nanotanks, is that they're big and is that spiders get to be big and spidery looking. Like, I don't even care if it's the poisonous kind that's gonna kill me, as long as it's not big and spidery looking. Because that's the part that makes me poop my pants. Does it make sense? I mean, no, not necessarily, but it's just true. I don't have issues with spiders. I'm jealous of you, because I do. I flip the fuck out. Alright, O'Coral, you lurk away, man. Have you or anyone else been able to get a Shadowhawk into the Dugram pose where they have a hand on the AC barrel to fire it? So, the current one, no. I am presently working on my own Shadowhawk, and that Shadowhawk, yes. That Shadowhawk is going to have that pose as an option. But the official CGL one, I have not been able to do that and have it look good. I've overcorrected with my camera a bit because now I'm veering left. Let's adjust. Again, no. But the older ones that I've had have all been metal, and thus even harder to repose. There was a guy a little while ago who released an okay-looking Dugram who was in that pose. I think it was Sea Daddy who did that one. But I think that got taken down on Thingiverse, and I haven't found it since. Speaking of which, you guys can let me know something helpful. Favorite variants of Shadowhawk. Because I'm going to be making a few different variants. Other than just the 2H. The one with the PPC, for instance, I know is popular. Let me know the variants of Shadowhawk that you use the most. And I'll pick a few and make sure that those variants are available with the files when I get them made and released. No, Jack, there is not. Yeah, the 2K. That's the one with the PPC. It's a bit more aggressive than I meant it to be. Don't want it in here. My favorite is the SHD2HB Defender, but that would require a complete rework / custom miniature. I mean, that's what I'm doing, Samir. This Griffin that I made here, I'm also doing the Shadowhawk, the Wolverine, and the Quite possibly the Thunderbolt and the Battlemaster as well. In the same style. That style being classic Fang of the Sun Dugram. Not even justice. I want to get truth. No? Nobody? Okay. My favorite is the Space Hawk. Got a jet. Have fun, everybody. Audio Weasel, thank you so much for being here. I hope you had fun, and I hope to see you again. Take it easy, man. Have a good day. Onto the other leg. Yeah, that other side really did come out with the details pretty soft. You can tell on this side of the foot they're much more pronounced. That was just because my supports weren't the best they could have been. That will happen. No new ones painted, Jack. Though I'm going to be trying to get Doc Ock and Captain Marvel finished this week. That's my goal for the Marvel minis, because I need to get those actually sent to you. I figure you might actually want them at some point. I keep starting on Ultron and stopping because I'm just not happy with my approach to it. I keep changing my mind on how I want to do it. I can usually go to Sarastro's videos and find something to grab onto some inspiration from there, some concept, some technique, but he went full Boris Vallejo with that one and did the high chrome, and I just can't bring myself to paint that way. Not that it looks bad, it's just not my style, like, at all. And obviously, it's Sarastro's style. It's not even his style, he just did it for that one mini. But, I don't know, I don't... It doesn't quite do it for me. Get good. Hey, I'm working on it, man. I'll, link me the Defender Shadowhawk. I'm not familiar with its particular armaments and idiosyncrasies. and do all my IS mechs from the Kickstarter as ELH. ELH is always a solid paint scheme and easy to do while still looking good, and I think there's a lot to be said for that. If I end up liking how this mech looks, we'll probably do a couple more Griffin 1S's to round out the Lyran first row guards. Oh, I see. LB-10X autocannon and quad SRM-4s. 2 in the... hold on. 1 in the head, center torso, 2 in the left torso. I mean, that could be done. Once I have the base Shadowhawk mapped out... oh, I started working on the Thunder Chicken, too. There's really nothing to show for it yet. I took Syllogy's Raven and started modifying it, and then I realized that while Matt Plog's Raven that he did for the Thunder Chicken is similar, it is similar to the MWO Raven, it is different. There are some fundamental differences in the geometry of the torso, and that's going to wind up just being a whole fresh version of the Raven. So I'm working on a base Raven, and then I'm going to modify it out to the Thunder Chicken, and then give it the other armament sets as well. That's the theory right now, anyway. I may, Roland. I don't want to say I for sure will, but I do like the idea of doing design work for the Matsumoto 14 on stream. The Matsumoto 14 has a very special place in my heart. Very, very special place indeed. And that may happen. Sorry for the trouble. Yeah, you know what? You know what, Samir? You better apologize. You better apologize like a whole lot for all the trouble. Because, man, I hate battle mechs. And I hate designing them, and I hate printing them, and I hate painting them. It's a huge pain. It's a massive pain. And the more I have to do it, the more I hate myself and you. Get real, shall we?
Here at Thunderhead Studio, we specialize in turning your shame into more shame.
The drum roll really makes that one. It just wouldn't be as good without it. Yeah, right, what a chore. Oh, God. Oh, I have to make stuff. Oh, you guys. Where's that clip from? Yeah, we have a lot of... And okay, so I've started working on actually expanding my clips. I'm sorry, I can't remember who earlier today suggested to take us to the threshold. I did clip that one. I didn't get put into the stream for today, but we got a lot of Robot Jocks clips anyway. WJ, you're talking about Robot Wars? Because that did kind of come after it, and it was terrible. Though the stop-motion animation style was very similar. Yeah, Robot Wars had the big scorpion robot in it, too. It just wasn't very good, unfortunately. I have some footage from a movie that is very comparable to Robot Jox, though. Yeah, there's Crash and Burn also. Robot Wars and Crash and Burn. My personal favorite and closest to Robot Jox, though, is, of course...
Elbow rocket! Now!
Oh, it's so good. It actually has very little in common with Robot Jox, except a few sort of visual homages, but Pacific Rim would have more in common with, like, Godzilla and Power Rangers. I think this is going to be a good gold once I'm finished working it up. These are more layers than I'll usually do on a lot of my paint jobs, but I just felt like trying something a little stylistically different than what I usually lean on. Get some more on this foot. It came out pretty soft. Alright, that's a good start. Let's go to something that's more truly gold in color. Go to my Reaper Sun Yellow. Do I want to do Sun Yellow? Do I want to do Vallejo Sun Yellow? Or Reaper Lantern Yellow? I think Sun Yellow. It's thinner. No, Samare, no. The sequel had, if anything, the sequel had less to do with Power Rangers than the first movie did. I know that visually it might be easy to just be like, oh, it had a bunch of... It was all very Power Rangers-y, but visually maybe, but thematically it really wasn't. What's up, Jungle Plague? How you doing? How's that Atlas design coming for you, man? I saw you got started working on that. What I'm going to do is I'm going to put just a dollop of this Reaper Lantern Yellow in it, and just because it has a lot more pigment than the Vallejo paints do, and I just want to give it a little more oomph as I lay it down. And this may work. It may turn out like shit. I don't know. We'll find out. Point is, we're moving from brown towards gold. I don't feel like the second movie had any theme to it. It had a theme of how can we make money? Like, that was the theme. The theme was selling the fuck out 101. the theme was just robots, and maybe it actually serves a purpose, and that it's a good example of why Pacific Rim worked, because Pacific Rim wasn't just about robots. On its face, you can be forgiven for thinking that it was. But if you really dig into the film, what made it good was not necessarily just robot action. It was considered robot action. It was robot action with a purpose and character driven. It was robot action that served to facilitate a grander story about humanity. And Pacific Rim Uprising was just robot action. And it was robot action that didn't seem to give a shit about the concepts of plausibility built up in the first movie. You had machines that were kicking off the sides of buildings and doing flips. Like, no. Guys, the most advanced, the quickest thing that you saw happen in the first Pacific Rim was there was one machine that was capable of boxing a kaiju pretty effectively, and that was the fastest moving machine they had. I don't feel like any of the Jaegers in the second movie had any personality either. Like, I can't remember the name of any of the kaiju, or any of the kaiju or the Jaegers in the second movie, which is appalling. Like, they're supposed to have personality. They're supposed to be characters in and of themselves, you know? Would be better, but I accidentally merged everything and saved. Ooh, that sucks. And you weren't quick enough to undo that one? I'm sorry to hear that. That's gonna happen, you know? Shit like that is just gonna happen. I'm sorry to hear that did happen to you, Jungle Plague, but I believe that you'll overcome a setback as mild as that. Yeah, it's pretty sad, isn't it? That and what they did to Mako Mori was absolute nonsense. I'm sorry to hear that, Dark Fox. I'm not sure why it's giving you so much trouble today. I think it was Gypsy Avenger, but it didn't have anywhere near the class that Gypsy had in the first movie. Gypsy had such a cool look, and the Gypsy Avenger just looked generic and forgettable. It looked like a bad cosplay of Gypsy Danger. That, and I'm sorry, but the first movie set up something so perfect that just didn't happen. I was waiting throughout all of Uprising to see Gypsy Danger again. I thought for sure the parts of Gypsy left in the other verse were going to be reconstituted as part of some type of mecha kaiju, and that just never happened. That was so obvious. It was something that was so easy to do, and they just missed it. Having to fight an evil roboticized version of the hero that you once cheered for is like so anime it hurts. And somehow they forgot that they were basically making a live-action anime. I personally blame John Boyega for a lot of what was wrong with that movie, by the way. If you heard the way he talked in interviews and saw how much money he personally put into it and how much influence he exerted as an executive producer, I think John Boyega is personally to blame for many of the things that I dislike about Uprising. The money men are all to blame. Between him and the Chinese financiers, the movie just got turned into a shit show. Even Legendary Godzilla had Godzilla for about 15 minutes. Was it even 15 minutes? It didn't feel like that long. I got straight up angry. I don't generally get angry sitting in the theater. Like, you gotta do something pretty bad to really genuinely piss me off. But during the Legendary Godzilla movie, when the first Muto, or whatever it was called, and Godzilla are clashing in, like, Vegas or Reno or wherever it was, and, it shows them charging towards one another, and then the camera literally cuts away to a kid sitting in his living room with the news on behind him, and you can see the fight happening on the screen behind him, but you don't get to watch it. And it keeps cutting away, and it's all this scene about the kid going, "Mama, there's monsters on TV!" And Mom's on the phone like, "Yes, I would like to renew my insurance." And it's like, guys, I get the joke. I do. I understand what you're doing here. I see the humor in it. That said, fuck you. Fuck you, you son of a bitch. How fucking dare you? It's like you're making fun of the audience because we want to see monsters fighting. It's like, you know that that's what I want to see, and you think it's funny to fucking dangle it just out of sight and rub my nose in it. And all I can say to that is, fuck you, you goddamn arrogant, pretentious piece of shit. You're making a fucking Godzilla movie, you asshole. Sorry. I didn't like it. Oh, just thinking about it makes me mad. And then the whole Halo drop thing, which was just... That scene is so obvious that someone was just like, wouldn't this look cool? And that was the only thought that went into it, because none of it made any sense. Why the hell did it even happen? There were many other ways that you could have inserted into that scenario. Or you could have done, you know, a few minutes more work to make sense out of it, but they were just like, wouldn't it look cool if somebody was Halo dropping next to Godzilla? And the fucking thought process ended there. And I mean, it's one thing if that's the sort of thinking that highlights your whole movie, or if it doesn't really matter because that's not really what the movie's about. But that movie wasn't about anything. That movie was about us having being supposed to care. Being supposed to care? That's not a good sentence. We were supposed to care about some cardboard cutout military dude whose dad died at the beginning of the movie, and his cardboard cutout fucking wife and their cardboard cutout son. And I just didn't, like, at all. I was hoping these people would die the entire time. Fucking Captain Killjoy just running around saving the day on trains and shit. I don't know. I hated that movie. Interestingly enough, though, I loved Shin Godzilla. I thought that one was a lot of fun. And that one wasn't constant Godzilla action, but damn it, did it show Godzilla doing some stuff. Oh, it did. And it was simultaneously, as it should have been, about the Japanese people and their response to some very real-world disaster scenarios. I mean, fundamentally, Shin Godzilla was about the Fukushima disaster. And I think it did a really good job of sort of satirizing and criticizing the government response to those events. It maybe was a little bit heavy-handed, but it's a Godzilla movie. What do you want? I did, Jungle Plague. I did. I have opinions.
And so I painted on some metallics. Bitches love metallics.
I love the metallics. I love my monster movies, you guys. I do. I love them. I don't necessarily love them for all the same reasons that everybody loves monster movies for, but that's fine. It's all part of God's rich tapestry. But the legendary Godzilla part of God's rich tapestry is bullshit, and somebody needs to get their fucking money back. And I'm not really down with the whole Legendary Pictures attempt at making a monsterverse for them to have Godzilla and King Kong fight in. It's just so contrived. That might seem ironic coming from me, considering I unironically enjoy things that are objectively contrived, but it's the bad sort of contrived. It's the you know, there's good bad and there's bad bad. And for that matter, there's also bad good. You know? Like, Johnny Depp. Johnny Depp is objectively a good actor, but he's like the worst good actor I can possibly think of. He's the bad sort of good. No, I consider the original Kong vs. Godzilla to be a, well, I mean, it is. It is contrived, but it's contrived in a delightful and earnest sort of way. By admittedly people who wanted to make money, but also just by people who wanted to make monsters smash each other in the damn face. And it was a part of a long series of films where they did very, very similarly. Just sort of contrived reasons for monsters to find themselves in the same area so they could punch one another. And they did it with Godzilla over and over and over again. And it's fine. But this new one is just soulless. The new King Kong is pretty soulless. I remember thinking as I watched that one that the story they tease in the beginning of the movie with the two pilots crash landing on Skull Island and Kong showing up, I was like, woo! I want to watch that movie. And it just cuts to years later. And I'm like, well, we're going to watch a much less interesting story, apparently taking place years after an actually interesting story that I don't get to see as part of anything but some flashbacks. The story of those two guys surviving on the... Yes, Jack, actually exactly what he said, and he was absolutely correct. That would have been a much more interesting film. Just because he's kidding doesn't make him wrong. I think his gold is coming together pretty decently, huh? What do you think? Again, this is more layers than I would usually do. Yeah, The Expendables is a good example of the good sort of bad, and it was absolutely contrived. But contrivance isn't necessarily a problem. If you know that's what you're doing. John Wick is contrived. John Wick is also entertaining as hell. But John Wick clearly knows what it is, or at least it did up until we got through the second movie, and I confess I'm not as big of a fan of the second and third films. But The Expendables isn't trying to blow your mind. The Expendables isn't giving you a film and saying, you should feel like this means something. The Expendables knows what it is. It's a bunch of action stars with some money to blow who want to be in a movie together. And they're like, alright, sure, let's do that. You put an action star in it and it automatically becomes better. You're like, hey, Jean-Claude Van Damme's the bad guy. And I'm like, sure, that's all I needed to hear. You're like, hey, Dolph Lundgren's in this one. And I'm like, sweet, that makes sense. I don't know. I have opinions. I can't always support them. Recognize that they're just my opinions. They're not necessarily consistent. They're not necessarily well thought out. It's like I was saying earlier about Umbrella Academy. I don't I'm both compelled by it and repelled by it at the same time, and I can't really articulate why that is. I wish I could. I'm probably going to think a whole lot more about it until I come up with something that I'm satisfied saying is the reason for it, but at the end of the day, it just rubs me the wrong way. Whereas other similar programs don't. And maybe it's fair, maybe it's unfair, it doesn't really matter. And for me, sometimes disliking something and liking something wind up being the same thing, because I appreciate and enjoy a good hate watch. You know? Oh my god, Jungle Plague, what have you done? What was that? Did you just come in here and compliment Rise of Skywalker? I don't even know. I can't. I can't even. You know what? If you genuinely enjoyed it, that's cool. I'm not even going to criticize you for it. Kill him with fire. Yeah, no, I agree with you, Jungle Plague. In fact, I would say that the Star Wars sequel trilogy, if we're just looking for things to point out that are achievements in filmmaking, it's not that the sequel trilogy didn't achieve anything. It did. It achieved something that no film trilogy I have ever seen before has ever achieved. It achieved the act of creating a film trilogy that seems to be at war with itself. I have never seen films in the same trilogy kick each other's asses as much as the sequel trilogy for Star Wars did. I've never seen the second movie unwrite the first movie, and then the third movie unwrite the second movie. I mean, correct me if I'm wrong. Name a series that's done that. I'm perfectly willing to admit that I simply forgot about it or haven't seen it. I can't think of one. And, you know, I like to do that. Even if something isn't something that I personally like, I do like to take the time to recognize what it may have done as far as being different, as far as having vision, or simply achieving something that no other film has achieved. And that is something that no other film series has achieved, is hating itself. Making fun of itself. Killing off its own characters to spite the previous director. It was amazing to observe. It was amazing to watch Hux die and be replaced with a completely different character who was just what Hux was supposed to be from the get-go. Because Hux was turned into a fucking joke in the second movie. It was amazing. Or watching Rose get sidelined so hard after she was obviously meant to be a big deal moving forward. It's not a good achievement, but it is an achievement, I suppose. But she had homework. Star Trek TNG movies. See Rogue. I see what you're saying there, but and while it's not inaccurate, it wasn't quite the same. The next-gen movies all kinda sucked with the exception of First Contact, but they weren't aggressively trying to undo one another. They were just being very different. And they were at least far enough removed from one another, as far as actual events in the universe goes, that they could... They felt like they were moving on from one another, as opposed to trying to undo one another. Whereas the Star Wars sequels are like, something happens in the first movie, and the second movie aggressively undoes it. Like, has a scene where, okay, Hellraiser was all over the place, but again, I don't feel like that's the same thing. That's more of a retcon issue, where they realized they wanted to expand the universe past the first movie. I love the Hellraiser movies, by the way. And, so they just kept adding to it. But this was more of a subtractive relationship. This was, ooh, the movie ends with Luke Skywalker holding his father's lightsaber, what's he gonna do? And in the second movie, the director grabs you by the face and rubs your nose in the idea that you wanted to see that. He's like, fuck you for thinking that looks cool, I'm gonna have him discard it like it's trash. Like, what? Excuse me? And I don't even hate the notion, I don't even hate the concepts behind that. I don't hate the notion that Luke Skywalker rejects weapons at this point. There are many reasons that Luke Skywalker would reject weaponry at that point in his life. But like that? So blatantly disrespectfully? There were many other ways that you could have done that, but him tossing the legacy of his own father over a cliff was just... Like, I get it if you, as the director, don't think lightsabers are that important, but this is Star Wars, and they are. They simply are. It has been established. This is like having a fantasy series about magic swords, and it's been about magic swords since the very first installment, and then you get, 10 years down the road, and there's a book that's just like, magic swords are stupid, and I don't want to write about them. Fuck your magic swords. Like, dude, I get that you don't like magic swords, but the story's about magic fucking swords. Okay? For the love of God. Ballistic space weapon. Oh god, that was so dumb. The weapons arcing through space, that was one of those where it's like, I didn't even need the Phantom Menacing bit where I waited a couple of days afterward and go, hang on, that was dumb. I'm watching it in the theaters and thinking, why is that gun arcing through space? What gravity is accomplishing this? Those are different, WJ. Those are very, very different in my opinion. Those are artifacts of an era of filmmaking and a style of filmmaking that was fundamentally disrespectful of itself. That never took itself very seriously in the first place. Now, I agree with you, WJ, the sabers were overdone in the prequels. I don't think that the sabers should have gotten as much focus as they got in the prequels. I don't even think that Yoda should have had... I thought that Yoda and the Emperor having lightsabers actually cheapened them as characters. In my mind, and I realize as I say this, it doesn't matter, because this is just in my mind, this was my personal headcanon, and who gives a shit. But in my mind, how I always imagined Yoda and Palpatine they were such masters of the Force that they didn't need to use lightsabers, because lightsabers are a mundane and crude weapon. And they are. I remember watching Episode 2, and the line from Dooku, he says, it is clear that this contest cannot be decided by our knowledge of the Force, but with our skills with a lightsaber. And I was thinking, hold on. Shouldn't that be exactly the other way around? Shouldn't that be precisely reversed? Like, it can't be decided by your skills with a lightsaber, the most mundane and direct form of Force use, so it should be decided by your advanced secrets, your knowledge of the Force, the true power of the Jedi. It doesn't though, Cat Ion, because the lightsaber, while not being the most important weapon that a Jedi wields, is absolutely a focus of the Jedi's power. I always saw lightsabers in the same way that wizards have staves. It's not that the staff makes the wizard, it's not that the staff is the most important thing about the wizard, but it is a focal point for his power. It is a mundane anchor into which he can focus his abilities in order to manifest them. And in the case of that lightsaber specifically, it was a relic of an ancient warrior. It was the relic of his father. It was his connection to the past. It was more than just a weapon. It was the only remaining anchor of Anakin Skywalker's spirit on the mortal plane, and he threw it over his shoulder like it was garbage. It's the only piece of him that's left. And whether it was an important piece of him while he was alive, or, I mean, it was an important piece of him while he was alive, but now that he's dead, it's the only piece of him. It's a Force-sensitive item that he carried with him throughout most of his life. It is attuned to him. It is fundamentally just a tool, but that doesn't mean that tools have no importance. That doesn't mean that tools can't have meaning. I would have preferred that out of Yoda, honestly. I would have preferred it if there had been a scene when Dooku was like, oh, it'll be decided by our skills with a lightsaber, which would make sense for Dooku because he was a big-time lightsaber duelist, and then have Yoda be like, you haven't learned. The lightsaber is not what makes a Jedi, and then just slapped him around with the Force for like 5 minutes. That would have made Yoda seem so much more powerful. Like, yeah, he walks around with a cane because he doesn't need to flip around to kick your ass. He'll kick your ass with space magic. Or not fight at all, for that matter. That would have been something interesting to see out of Yoda, wouldn't it? Just restraining Dooku, just preventing him from doing what he wanted until Dooku lost his temper and attacked people to force Yoda into dividing his attention. Luminous beings are we. Not this crude matter. What if Luke wanted nothing to do with it anymore? Now, see, that is the point that I'm willing to seize on, that he wanted nothing to do with it. But there is a way to have Luke Skywalker express that he wants nothing to do with the weapons of the Jedi, or even the spirit of his father, without having him callously discard it over his shoulder like trash. Without having him, and the thing about that scene is it's not just him callously discarding it over his shoulder. It was the setup scene from the end of the last movie that was clearly meant to be important, and then they introduce that pathos. They have him take this important moment and flippantly throw it away, like, It's not just disrespectful to the lightsaber, it's disrespectful to the audience. You could have had him explain that he had hoped he would never see that weapon again and have him bury it somewhere, have him put it someplace where it could not hurt anyone ever again. Exactly, a line or two, not just him tossing it. And bear in mind, as much as I complain about that scene, that is far from the biggest problem with the movie. That's just one of those things where it's like, well, while I'm complaining about it, we might as well complain about this too. It was certainly the first thing that jumped out at me as a, wait, what the fuck? And to be fair, I have just as much of a problem with the line from Obi-Wan in Episode 2 when Anakin loses his lightsaber, when he says, you know, don't lose it, this weapon is your life. I remember thinking to myself, that's an odd lesson to teach, and doesn't seem accurate. It's certainly not your life. Is it important? Yes, but it's not your life. It is just a tool. An important tool, but a tool. The true weapon is the Jedi himself, is it not? Alright, let's do some more yellow. I think I'm going to go all the way up to Candlelight Yellow from Reaper. Griffin, indeed. Anakin fell from grace because he misinterpreted his own visions. Yeah, he did. There was an irony to it. There was a... This is maybe one of the most underappreciated elements of the prequel series, is that there was a Cassandra-like element to Anakin's foresight. Insofar as he saw the future but was ironically helpless to do much about it. In fact, his attempts to do something about it more often than not ensured that it would happen. And that's tragic. But Anakin's a tragic character. It does seem contradictory to what Yoda taught in The Empire Strikes Back, I agree. It struck me as odd the first time I heard it, because as just a fan of Star Wars, who'd spent way too much of his childhood thinking about Star Wars before we had prequels, I was like, but that's the opposite of the lesson that I took away from Yoda, and from all of this Jedi training, that the lightsaber itself was not necessarily that important to the Jedi. It's a balance, certainly. And I think there's a story to be told in which characters focus on their weapons over their actual abilities. For that matter, how they think about their abilities. And everything in The Last Jedi wasn't bad. I thought that there were some lines from Luke Skywalker that were actually very insightful. I thought when he was talking to Rey, he said something to the effect of, the Force is not some power that you have. The Force is not a weapon that you wield. I'm like, you're flirting with saying something profound here, and then they just didn't. Not all of Rian Johnson's ideas were bad. Actually, if I'm being completely honest, I would rather have seen the sequel trilogy completely directed by Rian Johnson, rather than started by JJ, flipped on its head by Rian, and then a big dump taken on it by JJ for the last round. If you had just let Rian do what he wanted to do from the very start, I think he would have gotten a pretty solid series of films with a unique take on the Jedi, because he had a lot of good ideas in there. I'm less angry about the whole... I know a lot of people say, like, he took a shit on Luke Skywalker, he ruined my favorite character. And I understand that viewpoint, and I think to a degree it's true. I think that mostly happened in relation to Rey, the fact that Rey had to just be good at everything because she's Rey and she's good at everything, and that's the whole fucking story. But I don't think that would have been the case if he'd been writing it. He's actually a pretty talented writer. I think Luke Skywalker coming to understand that giving yourself, seeking passivity and giving yourself to the will of the Force is a much truer way to serve the galaxy than deciding you know what's best and enforcing your will on people through magic powers. Realizing that the Jedi had been long mistaken about the true nature of their role in the galaxy and the universe. There's a story to be had there, but it's lost forever now, because instead what we got are two directors measuring their dicks. Or that was a Kennedy artifact. Yeah, Kathleen Kennedy gets a lot of shit. I don't know how much of it is deserved. The new Star Wars movies are a good example of what happens when you have too many cooks in the kitchen, you know? Too much money. There is such a thing as too much money in an art production. And that's a good example of what happens when you have too much money, when you're not allowed to fail anymore. When it has to be a success, therefore it will be as homogenized as humanly possible. They tried something unique with The Last Jedi, but they tried it at the wrong time, and because it wasn't received well, they just undid it. They, instead of chasing it, instead of continuing with it, instead of showing some backbone, they just undid it. And that's not the right answer either. If you're going to commit to a course of action, you need to fucking commit, not back out halfway through when you find out that people aren't reacting well to it. They're like, look, we'll stick with it and maybe you'll see where the ending is. Not, oh, okay, we'll fix it. Then it becomes fanfic. And it might as well have been fanfic. Dark Empires, the sequels, I would have watched the shit out of that. I was not a fan of the sequel trilogy and the Bad Dad Syndrome. Yeah. I mean, I'm not going to defend them. I was one of those poor assholes who was lost in Phantom Menace syndrome when the prequels came out. So I don't know how much of a leg I really have to stand on when it comes to criticizing Star Wars movies. I'll do it, but that doesn't mean you should necessarily listen to me, you know? I think this gold is coming to... What do you think? What do you think of this gold that we have here on this leg? I think it's paying off. I think maybe one more round of edge highlights on top of it, but other than that, it's actually looking pretty good. Not shiny enough.
And so I painted on some metallics.
No.
Bitches love metallics.
No metallics. It's not the kind of gold we're doing here. In truth, the moment when Kylo takes the mask off for the first time when I was in the theater, I literally found myself completely taken out of the movie and literally thought, wait, what the hell happened? The scene feels like a fan film. The fact that those movies couldn't wait to crack jokes, too, was really off-putting. And I know I'm saying that about a movie series that has traditionally featured frog monsters burping and farting directly into the camera. But just because George Lucas is a hack doesn't mean everybody else has to be. The truth, the ultimate truth of this, guys, if you've been keeping score and listening to me rant, is that I was probably impossible to please when it came to the Star Wars movies. There was probably no outcome that was actually going to make me happy at any point, and I recognize that. But that doesn't make me any less irritated about the whole series of events. Nobody hates Star Wars quite like people who love Star Wars, you know? I will say that I think Rebels is almost perfect. I fucking love Rebels. I went back and rewatched Rebels recently, and I like it more than I thought I did the first time. I even like Season 1. Season 1 is probably the least of the seasons, and it's still really quite good. I will say, I think Rebels is probably the best Star Wars that has ever happened. And I'm not saying Clone Wars isn't good, I'm just saying Rebels is that good. Pooped and headed for bed. Alright, Jungle Plague, well thanks for hanging out, man. Hope you have a good night. Hope to see you again. Aw, Jack, that's adorable. You with your space lasers. Aw. I will say that I think Adam Driver is maybe the best thing to come out of... I mean, he didn't really come out of Star Wars. He was popular before that. But Star Wars put him on my radar, and I think he is a fantastic actor. I think he was wasted on Kylo, but he was really quite good. What's up, Girl Geek? How you doing? No, Roland, I didn't actually dislike Kylo. I thought that he was a compelling character in that he was the shadow of Darth Vader. He was ironically, whereas Anakin wanted to be good but wound up being bad, Kylo wanted to be bad, but it's like he couldn't pull it off. I think that there was actually a fun theme they could have played with there, insofar as we had multiple bad guy characters who were more or less cosplaying as evil dudes from the past that they wish they could be more like, but could never really achieve it because they didn't really have that drive. Off to bed. Alright, Arkudaki, you have a great night, man. Thanks for being here. Hope you had fun. Hope to see you again soon, man. I thought that Kylo was potentially an interesting lesson for Luke Skywalker in one particular way, and that being that Luke Skywalker would have thought that he could you know, he could do better by influencing this young man. He could fix the problems that existed with Darth Vader. He could overcome the influence of the Emperor by being essentially an opposite, a positive influence of the same style, and realizing that that's not how the Force works. That his meddling actually made things worse. And that's why I was really kind of on board for Ryan's interpretation of the pacifist Luke, the removed Luke, the Luke who thought that he did more harm than good, and that the people of the galaxy were better off without him. I don't hate that part of his story arc at all. He had to come to understand that it's not just being... The dark side of the Force is not strangling puppies. The dark side of the Force is not exclusively murdering children, though obviously it can include that. Those are the symptoms of the dark side of the Force. Those are the ways that the dark side of the Force manifests most visibly. But the fundamental core, the true deep belief, the assumption, the human weakness that leads you down the dark side of the Force, down that path, is the idea that I know better. Is the idea that if I assert my will, it will be for other people's benefit. Or, not even for their benefit, it's just the notion that I need to assert my will. And that I can take this power and I can use it to do what I want. The dictator complex, the compulsion to dictate at all, is the dark side of the Force. Oh, Roland, you so edgy. And even if it's done with the best of intentions, it falls short. It's still you trying to assert dominance over something that refuses to be dominated. It's still you thinking you know better than the will of the galaxy itself, which in Star Wars it literally has one. It's one of the reasons I actually like Chirrut Imwe as a character from Rogue One, even though I have problems with that movie. His chant, I am one with the Force and the Force is with me, I am one with the Force and the Force is with me. Over and over again. Allowed him to stand up and walk through a situation where he frankly should have been shot to bits and achieve his goal. Because he was not deciding what was going to happen. He was trusting in the will of the galaxy itself. He was trusting in the Force. And instead of taking the Force and making it serve him, he was letting himself serve it. He was making himself into a conduit for the living Force and attempting to do its will. And in so doing, he succeeded.
If you don't respect the cat, you're gonna get the bat.
Exactly, Datron Voltari. It is fundamentally very similar to Buddhism, and that's not by accident. The notion of passivity, of removing yourself and your ego from the equation, of realizing that what you want in the most selfish possible way does not matter. And should not be a consideration. And it's only once you've done that, once you've removed yourself from the question, that you can see the answer. And that was what Chirrut did in that scene. He removed himself. He said, it doesn't matter if I live, what needs to happen. He saw the answer, and he did it, and he trusted that the Force would save him, and it did. And then Anakin Skywalker shows up and acts like an idiot. And that upset me. But I'm under the impression that that scene with Vader on the ship was an addition after the fact and not necessarily something that Gareth Edwards had in mind. It's another good example. This is just something that keeps happening to Star Wars lately. There's too many damn cooks in the kitchen. Too many people trying to do their own thing, and then somebody comes along and goes, yeah, but how can we make the most money? How can we sell the most action figures? Which I guess is as Star Wars as anything else. What if his nephew was the opposite of Anakin? And actually not as whiny, but his uncle pushed him over the edge by not giving him any credit. That's an interesting notion, WJ. And that was something that I think that they played up in The Last Jedi. That was, again, one of the better things that they should have stuck with, was the idea that Rey came from nothing. Like, truly came from nothing. Because Kylo had every reason to expect the most from himself, being, you know, the grandson of Darth Vader and the nephew of Luke Skywalker. Like, he should, by his birth, be something. And the notion that he can't, that he isn't something, the notion that he's not special, is repellent and appalling and destructive to him. But maybe the universe was telling him exactly that. You're nothing special. Just because they were something special doesn't make you something special. They weren't special because of who they were born to be, necessarily. They were special because of who they decided to be and who they chose to be and the actions that they decided to take. It flies a little bit in the face of the concept of the prophecy, but not necessarily. Exactly, Datron. Exactly. He trusted the Force would save him long enough to do what needed to be done, and it did, and there was no promise beyond that, and he didn't expect one. He didn't expect to live through that. Yeah, Roland. Luke was the son of a powerful Jedi. It's true. But it was his choice to get into that X-Wing. It was his choice to fight for what he knew was right. It was his choice. Even though he was urged to do so, it was his choice to turn off his targeting computer and to just believe that it would work. Hang on a second. What's up? Oh, yes, please. In the same way that Chirrut did. Thank you. I mean, for that matter, it wasn't the Force that turned Anakin there again at the end. It was Luke Skywalker's choice to, and this is why I really did approve of the concept of Luke Skywalker abandoning violence as a tool, because it was his choice to, in that circumstance, throw away his lightsaber and refuse to fight. As he stood there over his wounded father with his lightsaber ignited in his hand with his hatred pumping through him, and just realized that he had become the monster he was trying to fight. That's one of my favorite lines. My favorite moments in the entire saga is him saying, "You failed, Your Highness. I am a Jedi, like my father before me." Now, see, there's definitely a question as to whether or not Han Solo was Force-sensitive. I personally am a big believer that Han Solo was meant to be Force-sensitive. But I think that I kind of came to the decision early on that basically everybody is Force-sensitive to a certain degree, whether they recognize it or not. Because whether you are a space wizard, whether you have the ability to manifest your will through the Force or not, we're all part of the Force. We're all part of the living Force. Every single one of us, we have to be, because everything is. And yeah, Han Solo was definitely, he's the rogue with a heart of gold. He's not a bad person, no matter how much he sort of puts on. And then, see, that's kind of why I thought that Kylo worked as well as he did, because that's an element of Han Solo's character that he was sort of playing on. He likes to be seen as the bad guy. It's easy. He likes to be regarded as the evil one because that's an identity that he can grapple with. That's something to define him in a galaxy that is mostly indifferent to his existence. But it wasn't true. It was never true. Han Solo was never a bad guy, not really. Morally questionable, perhaps, but not a bad person. He got the drop on Darth. Oh no, you're right. He did draw on Vader the one time on Cloud City. And that's such a great scene. Vader just palms it. But I feel like he might have had a moment of, like, even Vader probably had a moment of surprise there. Like he had been playing that moment over and over in his head. He's like, alright, he's gonna walk in the door, and I'm gonna be sitting here with dinner in front of me, which is funny because I can't eat with my helmet on, right? And I'm gonna stand up, and they're gonna be so shocked to see me, they're not gonna know what to do. And he's like, ha ha ha. I stand up, and Han Solo just fucking pulls a blaster on him. Like, you feel like most people in the galaxy who knew who Darth Vader was would just shit their pants in that moment and give up. But no, Han draws on him and tries to take him down. It's a great scene. Oh yeah, I remember that one WJ. That's a great Robot Chicken episode. You got fucking Boba Fett over there across from Han Solo, and he's just like, huh? Like, come on, man. I tend to agree, Gixer. As far as individual moments go, it's one of my personal favorites. And he just palms the blaster shots and pulls it out of his hand. And that may be one of the best things they did in the Solo movie, Samare, was they had a scene, they had a big build-up to you asking yourself, is Han gonna shoot first? And then they had Han shoot first. At the pivotal moment. I liked Solo. I know a lot of people didn't, but I really did. Was it a necessary film? No, but none of them are really necessary. Come on. I don't know how we can qualify Star Wars films by asking ourselves how necessary they are. That's not really fair, is it? Yeah, it adds nothing, and it didn't really need to add anything. It reminded me of the film version of one of any number of, pulp sci-fi Star Wars novels that came out in the late 90s to early 2000s. Any number of them, really, all the way down to the inclusion of Teras Kasi. I never thought I'd hear the words Teras Kasi be said in an actual Star Wars film. Dark sciences. I hope I know I'm not the only person, because it's been pointed out, who thought it was ridiculous to hear Mary talking about, like, oh, cloning, dark sciences, things only the Sith knew. Like, cloning? Things only the Sith knew? Didn't we just have a clone war? Like, wasn't that a thing? I thought it was. I'll forgive almost anything in Solo sheerly to see Donald Glover as Lando Calrissian. He was magnificent. But ultimately, the movie was just a fun romp, and that's all it needed to be, you know? The detail on this side ended up being pretty soft, and that's making it kind of hard to pick out some of the details, but I'll make up for it. I'll have to reorient this one before I print it again. Why the Falcon was such a moody bitch and why Han talks to it. Yeah, I thought that was actually a fun little inclusion, Rogue. Because that's just based on one piece of throwaway dialogue from the middle of Empire Strikes Back. When they're on board the Millennium Falcon and C-3PO says, I don't know where your ship learned to communicate, but it has the most peculiar dialect. And it really is just a throwaway line. You could be forgiven for forgetting that it's even said in Empire Strikes Back, but it is. And they're like, let's explain that. It's unnecessary, but there's nothing wrong with it. Look, if we're gonna have an entire fucking movie to explain the beginning of A New Hope and the stealing of the Death Star plans, if we're gonna have a whole fucking movie to explain the premise of the first Star Wars movie, then there's nothing wrong with Solo. And people are willing to hail Rogue One as, like, the greatest thing to ever happen to Star Wars. Something that I strongly disagree with, mind you. And then turn around and pan Solo? Come on. Pull your head out of your ass. It's not fair. It's not even reasonable. We had that. It was Dark Forces. Yeah, that was my thinking, too. We had Jyn Erso already. Her name was Jan Ors, and she hung out with Kyle Katarn. I don't disagree with that, Datron Voltari. It is kind of a nightmare scenario. But, I mean, there were worse problems with Solo. I was not a fan of the giant deep space screen time eating monster that was there for no good reason. That they escaped from using a plot from fucking Spaceballs. Or a plot device. If you're writing a scene for Star Wars and you realize that it also happened in Spaceballs, you should stop what you're doing. That was satire, not instruction. They've gone to plaid. And that may be the one part where I start to agree with people that some things don't need explanation. The whole 12 parsec thing did not really need explanation, like, at all. They could have just left that alone. That would have been fine. But whatever. It was just fun. I can't really get too upset about anything that happened in Solo because the whole damn movie was just fun. And it gave us the last we're likely to see of Ray Park in Star Wars, given recent developments. Well, not the last. Technically, the last we'll ever see of Ray Park in Star Wars was in Clone Wars Season 7. He did mocap for Darth Maul for the final fight, and it was amazing. Almost hoping at some point in the sequel trilogy a ship would jump away just for kicks. The ship's light trail as it zips into the void would actually be plaid pattern. Just for like a moment, right? Yeah, I was going to say, Datrin, the parsec question definitely predates the internet. Definitely predates the internet. WJ, Ray Park posted some revenge porn online from, was it a girlfriend or an ex-wife? I can't remember which one. Either way, it was fucking bad. And we are unlikely to see him again in any capacity on any Disney-related project. That was pretty shitty. Yeah, I know. Well, damn, that was more or less my reaction, too. Like, I like Ray Park. I think he brought so much to the character. I think he was a lot of fun. It's unfortunate that he chose to do something so shitty. It's really hard to defend that one. I wish more than anything that he had not chosen to do that. Maybe not more than anything. There are things I wish more than that. But I do wish that it hadn't happened. Yeah, also the accusations of domestic abuse. Though in probably the shittiest thing I'm gonna say today, the accusations of domestic abuse are easier to, in your head, say, well, maybe they're not true. And, it's a lot harder. It's a lot harder to say now that he has actually done something so publicly terrible. Now should be the same time, Sentient Pickle, in about a half an hour. Is that true, Roland? I haven't heard any further developments. That's one where I'm just kind of waiting to see how it shakes out. It seemed pretty damning based on the sheer number of accusations that there were. It's hard to get that many people on board. But I'm willing to hear otherwise. Towa riding the lightning with the Prime subscription. Thank you so much for the sub. Glad you're having fun, my man. I know I am. Cass Anvar is off to bed. Thanks for the stream. Hey, man, you have a good night. Thanks for being here. Hope to see you again here soon. Cass Anvar is... You would know him from The Expanse if you watch it. He plays Alex Kamal. He's also been in a whole series of truly terrible movies, including several sci-fi originals. Mostly bad movies, though. Cass Anvar has not managed to find his way into many quality productions outside of The Expanse. it's hard not to like him. It's not just that his character is likable, but he did a lot of social media outreach during the Save the Expanse period. And there was a lot of positive mention of him. A lot of people really got along very well with him. He was funny, he was friendly. Like, it's one of those where if the terrible accusations turn out to be true, it's pretty devastating to hear, because you're really tempted to like him on a personal level. Again, I haven't personally seen any further developments past the initial accusations. I remember them being a lot of them, but I hope that it turns out in his favor. I truly do. Because goddamn, recasting Alex Kamal would suck. Particularly since they've shown that they kind of suck at recasting for that show. They recast Avasarala's husband, and that was the most confusing damn thing. Like, I wasn't even sure that was the same character for a long time. Arjun Avasarala. Yeah, the details on this side are really soft, and this paint over here is kind of going to wind up looking like shit until I can come in and do some sort of freehand highlights to define the shape. I'll have to pay more attention to this on the next print that I do. Yeah, they kind of do some air. It's one of those things where perception is reality, and the first headline that gets out just gets taken as truth. I'm not going to say it's fair, but I'll say I get it, you know? But, you know, life isn't fair to most people most of the time. I feel like on a certain level that's also part of the risk you run when you get into a career that is as based on the perception of your personal life as entertainment is. Mix a little bit of an almost canary yellow into that gold and see if I can't come up with a decent edge highlight. I haven't even mentioned Taco Tuesday today, but technically, I think from now on we're saying that every Tuesday is Taco Tuesday, so if you're participating in the Storm Report, I would note that you can have a third picture as long as it's of some tacos. It has to be a picture you took, though. I don't want one of those Instagram tacos. I don't want that taco over there. I want some tacos that you had and you liked, and you feel like sharing. That's what I want to see. I love this version of the Force theme. I know I say it every time it comes on, but I really do like it. I might be a bigger fan of John Williams than I am of George Lucas. In fact, I am. I am a bigger fan of John Williams than I am of George Lucas. That's just true. No, calzones don't count as tacos. That's not even remotely the same goddamn thing. I mean, social media is... I really feel like in a few decades, you know, when we write about these decades that we've been living through, we're going to note that social media was a massively destructive force. Like, it's powerful. And it's not all bad. I mean, no tool is all bad. It's just a tool that I don't think we are ready for. And yet here we are in the midst of it. But that's always how it happens, though, isn't it? We're never really ready for technology when it happens to us. How can you be ready for it if you've never had it before? You don't know how you're going to respond to it. We didn't know how we were really going to respond to social media And here we are in the midst of it, eating ourselves alive with it, and it won't be for years that we really learn how to manage it. And then we'll look back on it and go, oh, we were so naive. But, you know, it's not really going to help anybody right now. No, calzones are not Italian tacos. There's no such thing as an Italian taco. Get the hell out of here. Oh god, I agree with you, WJ. Oh man, do I ever agree with you on that one. Music is fucking important. Honestly, Star Wars without John Williams would not have succeeded the way that it did. It just wouldn't have. Someone should prove this. Someone should do a version of the Star Wars movies with different music so that people can understand just how fucking cheesy they are without a quality soundtrack to draw you in. It is of massive importance. Star Wars as scored by Basil Polidoris. Ooh! You just say that. You just say the name and all I can hear is dum da dum 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 da 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 dum dum. Ooh. That would have been something. Instead of opening every movie with the crawl, it just opens with, "Let me tell you of the days of high space adventure." I did know that. I did know that, Roland. That's one of my usual pull it out of the bag when I want to prove to somebody I'm a huge Star Wars dork bits of trivia. And yeah, Mako as Obi-Wan would have been interesting, particularly considering how little respect Alex Guinness actually had for that role. I get Alex Guinness's position on it, considering how many movies nearly identical to Star Wars were being made at the time and how fucking cheesy Star Wars was. I get that he felt a little shortchanged career-wise. I wish he could be made to understand in his Force Ghost form how influential his role truly was. I think, didn't Alec Guinness famously tell a fan who was geeking out on him over Star Wars that they should watch better movies? Oh yeah. Oh man, yeah. The whole score for Wrath of Khan was excellent. Wrath of Khan is the best Trek movie, period, and I won't even remotely argue with that. It's incredible. It's the only one that I watch regularly. Alright, bud, out early again. You have a good night. Keep laying that gold. It's looking great. Hethru, thank you so much for being here. As always, it's always a pleasure to have you, and I hope to see you the next time. The next time. What am I even saying? Listen to me. I'm ridiculous. It's not as smooth as it could be, but I'm pretty pleased with it anyway. Again, this isn't the style of layering I really do very often. I just felt like doing it today for whatever reason. Voyage Home is also excellent. It is. But Wrath of Khan is just so fucking good. I have a hard time, I confess, rating Voyage Home and Undiscovered Country next to one another. Because I enjoy them for... I enjoy different things about them. They're very, very different movies. And also, I liked The Undiscovered Country more than I liked The Voyage Home the first time that I watched them. My appreciation for The Voyage Home grew the older that I got. So I don't feel like my opinion on The Voyage Home is as well developed or as concrete as my opinion on Undiscovered Country. I feel like when I say, I like Star Trek The Undiscovered Country, it's a much simpler statement than me saying, I like Star Trek The Voyage Home, if that makes sense. I feel like saying I enjoyed The Voyage Home requires more explanation, but that doesn't necessarily make it worse. I have a hard time choosing between those two. Also, The Voyage Home has some of my favorite miniature work in Star Trek. And I do love miniature work in films. Of course, I don't know if saying it had really good miniature work is like saying it's a better movie. In fact, I'm pretty sure it's not, but I did enjoy it. Though again, that's something that I came to appreciate later on, and as my appreciation for film in general grew, but not necessarily something I appreciated the first time I watched it. I can say much better things about it than I can say about almost any of the Next Generation films, and I make allowances for First Contact, but First Contact still had a lot of stupid in it. Yeah, I think that it gets made fun of a lot for the whole Save the Whales theme, but it was not actually as bad a plot point as detractors like to make it out to be. And I mean, on the scale of Star Trek plots, it's far from the worst. judging a Star Trek movie by the core plot's kind of silly. That seems in itself silly, given the series that we're talking about. Most of the core plots are fairly silly. That's not actually a criticism, you know? That's just like saying, I recognize that this is a Star Trek movie, which is like, yeah, congratulations, you know what series you're watching. Eventually, I'm going to get to working on some of the blue on this mech, and isn't that going to look like something? I always thought Kirk would die on a bridge, but the bridge of the Enterprise, not by literally being crushed by a bridge. that is what happened. That was weird. The boar dogs? Aren't those targs? Yeah, and that's it, Datron Voltari. You can argue about the specifics of it as much as you want, but the core concept was humans aren't as integral, humans aren't assumed to be the most important species in the galaxy all the time. Which, were there other ways to get that idea across? I mean, sure, but that's the way they chose, and I think it worked just fine. It was one of the most genuinely alien concepts I feel like they ever actually dealt with in Star Trek. Most of the time, most alien species were perfectly content to just be like, yeah, humans. And they kind of explained that, with the whole notion that all galaxy and all life in our part of the galaxy was seeded by the same race, and they were all somewhat humanoid. We all sort of reflected aspects of them. But it was nice to get non-human species being mixed in at least a little bit. Or rather, the consideration of them. Even if it was an ancient space probe. And yeah, Voyage Home was very serious compared to a lot of the original series-style plots, except for maybe the end of Wrath of Khan, but that was meant to be a departure. Like, whoa, a character's actually dying, holy shit. I mean, they did bring him back almost immediately, but that's beside the point. Oh, the prison dogs. Yeah. Okay, you're right, those weren't targs. I was thinking of the puppets on the bridge with Christopher Lloyd in, you know what I'm talking about. Those were targs. Not the ones on Rura Pente. Wrath of Khan also had a remarkably brilliant piece of reactive writing as well, as Gene Roddenberry had leaked that Spock was going to die to the public. That's why they added the simulator bit in the beginning. Ah, that's sneaky. It also became one of the most popular pieces of general Star Trek lore to do with Kirk. What do you mean Targs are pigs? I thought Targs were the... I would have sworn those were supposed to be Targs. Maybe I just assumed that. Because they were meant to be like attack dogs. I also felt like they had a little bit of a reference to the whole whale thing in Star Wars Rebels through the Purrgil, which I can't talk that much about without spoiling some plot elements of Star Wars Rebels, so I'm not going to do it. But I feel like that was a pretty direct homage. Where have we seen Targs? That's exactly what I said, Rogue. That is exactly what I said. Is that the Targs were the puppets on board the bridge with Christopher Lloyd. That is precisely what I just said. When did we see Targs in The Next Generation? Help me out here. Edward James Olmos. That would have been interesting. We saw them on Konos. For the trial episodes, maybe? I can't remember them in those episodes. I remember the model shots of Konos. I remember all the Klingons. I don't remember any Targs, but to be fair, it has been a long time. The only Targs I can remember seeing were the ones next to Christopher Lloyd. Edward James Olmos would have been an interesting choice, too. Of course, Christopher Lloyd was a weird choice. Also, Kirstie Alley was a weird choice. There were a lot of weird choices. Wow. Okay, now to be fair, the number of times I have watched Next Generation's first season pale in comparison to the number of times I've watched basically every season after that. I'll just admit that, because the first season of Next Gen was not the one that I fell in love with. I might have to go back and rewatch that one. So I remember the events you're talking about, but the particulars are escaping me. Yeah. I'm not ashamed to admit that my fandom of Star Trek grew as... or not Star Trek, but The Next Generation grew mostly along with Riker's beard. It's not a controversial position at all, I don't feel. Like many others, I now use that phrase to refer to when a show has growing pains. Give them some time to grow the beard. Yeah, that one threw me as a kid. Saavik changing actresses. Alright, somebody has to help me out on this one, because I'm a little ashamed to admit it. Who's the actor who played Kang? And for that matter, who is the actor who played, Duras. Because Kang and Duras are easily my favorite of the Klingons. Damn it, WJ, why do you gotta shit all over everything? General Martok. Okay, yeah. Yeah, Martok was pretty great. Martok was mostly... Wait, hang on now. Martok was introduced... He was introduced in Next Gen, right? I know he got a lot of play in Deep Space Nine. He was introduced in Deep Space Nine. Okay, I couldn't remember if he had popped in briefly before that, because I know they did that with a few actors and actresses. But yeah, Martok was the shit. Martok was fucking excellent. I'm going to leave off the yellow for now. We're going to be going into the storm report in a bit. I'm going to put down the tiniest little bit of blue just to convince myself that I'm not completely fucking mental. Martok is one of the few Klingons... Martok is right up there with Worf. Because there's a great irony in the Klingon people. There's the idea of the Klingon. There is the perfect Klingon. There is the ideal Klingon in the style of the Greek ideal man. And that Klingon is the Klingon that Worf sort of fell in love with from afar. That Klingon is who Worf convinced himself the Empire was populated by in his absence from the Empire. But then as we learn about the Klingons, as we meet Klingons, we realize that they're just as petty and conniving as every other race. In fact, potentially more so in some cases. They're people, like anybody else. And Martok stood apart, like Worf, in that he was a true paragon of the virtues that supposedly set the Klingon Empire apart. Many Klingons wore those virtues as badges, as social affectations, but they didn't believe them. They didn't follow them. And Martok followed them. Martok was a true Klingon, just like Worf was. I always thought it was funny that Worf turned into a better Klingon than most Klingons by being separated from the Empire for most of his life. By not growing up amongst their political power plays and games. Worf was also Russian. Yeah, this is true. Oh, yeah, it's just about time for the storm report. Give me 1 or 2 more minutes and we will roll right over into that. I just want to get a look, a little preview of what this blue is going to start looking like as I put it down. Just right there on the leg. I think that's going to be nice. I think the gold is right about where I want it to be. Maybe 1 or 2 more spot highlights. And then it's just working up the blue from here. And then the details on the gray, the weapons, and the cockpits. Now, I wanted to go with a much more saturated, traditional, blocky, almost cartoonish paint job on this one that I've been working on today. And probably on the next few Griffins that I'm going to do. I've been taking forever working on this one, because this sculpt for the Griffin is quite so blocky, quite so cartoonish, literally based on the proportions of a cartoon. But I think these colors are going to work well for it. The first tester always takes me a little bit longer. I think I can knock out at least one more, at least one step on the gold I can knock out and still achieve something very much like this. I think it's going to look good when it's done. What do you guys think? You think I'm wasting my time, or you think this gold is paying off? I'm digging it. I've got deeper shadows than I usually have because of the way that I worked up the gold instead of leaning on my zenithal. And it'll get some more color in the form of the laser lensing when that gets done. I also think this division of the colors, I like this, with the yellow just on the shoulders and then up the legs and then leaving the torso mostly alone. I wasn't sure how I was going to do that, but I think this is good. I think we're going to have a couple of Griffins done up in this first Lyran Royal Guards color scheme. I'm going to get the files for these Griffins posted on Thingiverse tonight, because that's what I've been saying I'm going to do, and then I'll get some painted pictures of this Griffin posted up here in the near future. I got to go through and finish the blue. And then the rest of the detailing won't take long. I don't even think the blue's going to take that long. I'm not going to do... I did too many layers on the gold, honestly. I should have cut at least one full layer out of that, and I still could have gotten the same effect. But, you know, I realize that now. Aw, thank you so much, Daedrin. Yeah, that was actually something I was very specifically trying to do. Rogue 19 was without coming over it with a wash afterwards. I may still do a wash, but without coming over it with a wash, try to start dark enough that my shadows have heavy contrast. I've been watching some other painters who do that recently, and feeling like maybe I've been skipping too many steps to get the contrast I want. But this is the level of contrast that I'm more interested in right now. I don't know, I'm playing with a couple of different styles, kind of going outside my comfort zone a little bit. Ironically, going outside my comfort zone involves going further into what are considered more traditional paint styles. But yeah, I'm very pleased with how the gold has wound up so far. And, shit. Maybe I'll do more Lyran First Royal Guard, since I'm working up this scheme. And I do love the deep blue that I got off of this Dr. P.H. Martin's True Blue. This is fan-fucking-tastic as a base. It's very shiny, it always dries very shiny, it has a bit of a gloss to it, but after you paint over it and dull it down, it's just such a deep, rich, hyper-saturated blue. It gives me a lot to work with when it comes to highlighting. Yeah, Matt, there was in fact a He-Man movie, if you weren't aware of that. Alright, I think that's going to do it for our painting for the moment, which only leaves us with one more thing to do, doesn't it?
Alright, locusts and gentle mechs, get ready to feast your eyes on glor paint and wet palettes with the occasional culinary atrocity thrown in on tonight's Storm Report.
Hopefully none.
Brought to you by viewers like you.
Hopefully no culinary atrocities. That does happen from time to time, but, you know, fingers crossed. Let's have a look. Starting with what? Hang on. From Chaotic Harmony, I saw this. Now you all have to too.
Here at Thunderhead Studio, we specialize in turning your shame into more shame.
That's accurate. All right, let's take a look. You've heard of jorts, but have you heard of jares? That's... Those are jeans. It's not just that someone carpeted their stairs in denim. They carpeted their stairs with old jeans. Not even new jeans. What? Why? Why? What? How? At what point did this enter someone's head as an idea, and how did it happen? I like that you're seeing a silver lining here, Rogue, but it's still very confusing. I don't understand. Well, it was posted in DIY, so I guess that makes sense. All part of God's rich tapestry, right? Right? There's room for everybody, right? Even the people that take their old. Well, yeah, Roland, but that is an understood and sensible use of old T-shirts. Old T-shirts are fantastic as patches for cleaning firearms. What happens when you step on a rivet? It seems like that would be uncomfortable. I don't like this at all. I don't. Like, I'm sitting here and I'm trying to justify it. I'm trying to make something good out of it, and I don't like it. It makes me deeply uncomfortable. Thank you for sharing, Chaotic Harmony. I really appreciate that. You crazy person, you. Hopefully there are no Legos in the pockets. That would just make it that much worse. Yeah, thanks. I fucking hate it. And his real submission to the Storm Report. Now, this is quite cool. This is quite cool. Now, I played Risk of Rain 1 a couple of times. I don't think I ever beat it, which is funny because it's not really that hard of a game to beat. It's the kind of game you sit down and you beat it, and then you play it again, and you play it again, and you play it again. But it's my understanding that the sword is from the boss of the first Risk of Rain, who, in the context of the story, is the brother of the boss from the second Risk of Rain, and that's what the hammer is from. Bad guy, Risk of Rain, boss. Okay. Risk of Rain 2 boss was the brother of the first one, and he was like evil and wanted to destroy all life, so he got banished to the moon, and so you go to the moon and you fight him. I don't fully grasp the story. It all seems very oblique and kind of removed from the gameplay. But I definitely recognize the hammer, if only because the boss of Risk of Rain 2 is a son of a bitch with that fucking hammer, and he comes running after you and just knocks you all around the arena. It's a huge pain in the ass. I will say, Chaotic Harmony, this is very, very cool. I love the idea behind it. I love the duality, the composition that we're seeing here in the basic concept. They're weapons standing alone on two sides of a portal, one on the planet, one on the moon. That's really quite neat. I couldn't possibly explain it to you, Roland. I'm sure somebody could. I don't fully understand Risk of Rain. I just play it and I run around and I get the little artifact. You know, the one, it's like a little bird and it sits on the front of your head and it makes it so that you can do these little boost jumps. I get like 9, 10, as many as 20 of them, and I just boost jump around the whole map. That's my jam in Risk of Rain. I just love the fart jump. It's great fun. But really, really cool artwork, Chaotic Harmony. I haven't seen you draw anything before, and this is kind of exciting. I hope that you've done this before. I hope that you're picking up, or rather getting back into, your artistic side. I'd love to see more work. From Risk of Rain 2, the moment Mithrix is abandoned on the moon, a moment fractured. Truly. It does feel hollow in playing it alone. I don't like playing it alone. It plays best with at least one other person. Very, very cool, Chaotic. Thank you so much for sharing from Rogue 19K. It's a duck. There's a duck and some other ducks. Look at the ducks. Oh. I say, oh, I'm sure that the mother duck would attack me and just completely fucking wreck my whole goddamn world. Duck mama with her babies. That's a really cool picture. Look at them. Look at the ducks, not giving a duck. Or as Puckduncher says, quack. Damn near eats out of our hands. Not anywhere near as fearsome as I would have guessed then. That's pretty cool. Thank you for sharing, Rogue. And from Aeon, went out of town for my 10-year anniversary this weekend. Congratulations, 10 years, that's a big milestone. And had lunch at an awesome taco place. The one in the back was a bit odd, as the meat was hot, but the cheese on top was cold. I've had that, the words are hard. I've had tacos like that, and they'll use that, kind of cheese is that? It's real crumbly, and it goes on top, and it'll almost always be cold. I'm not sure where that comes from, but I'm familiar with the phenomenon. Still good though, but the tacos in front were amazing. We got one camarón, shrimp, And two al pastor, pork shoulder. Queso fresco. Yes, thank you. I never had it outside of Texas. You know, I'll tell you, I'm not big on shrimp tacos or seafood tacos in general usually, but those shrimp do look very appetizing. Oh, God, I'm always hungry. I'm always hungry at this point in the stream. And I want all of those beans and all of that rice, and I want it in my face, and I want it right fucking now. The al pastor looks very nice as well. I will say I'm very, very lucky. I'm very lucky in that I do have, for this tiny, shitty East Colorado town that I live in, we have a pretty good Mexican restaurant. It's called the Happy Burrito. And, it has no right to exist in this crappy little town when all the Mexican places in the actual city of Denver are pretty much garbage. But, I consider myself very lucky. I can get some solid tacos al carbon. Those shrimp look very good. I like that it's not an overcomplicated seafood taco. It's just shrimp and a tortilla. You squeeze some lime on there, maybe put in some cilantro, munch it down. Looks fucking delicious. What? I'm garbage? Why am I garbage? I'm gonna make carnitas tacos tomorrow. It was gonna be for tonight, but life got in the way of cooking time. Isn't that always how it happens? Isn't that always? Thank you for sharing your tacos, Aeon. They look fucking fantastic. I would get down on that shrimp taco right now. Maybe I'm just hungry. I mean, I am hungry, but also it looks good. And getting down to Puck Duncher in the saga of Duck's new Necron arms, I present to you the first pose I could come up with. Why am I not surprised the first pose you could come up with is the double fucking bird flip? Why am I not surprised by this? I will say the arms are looking good, even if I'm mildly insulted. Fuckron. Angry Necron warrior, tired of being bad, because it's fun. Sure, that's good a reason as any. Oh, the sculpt's looking nice, though. And, I mean, really, the nice thing about 3D design is as soon as you have one that works and it's all in the proportions you want, modifying it into the different poses that you want, as long as you built it intelligently, which I assume you did, with individual parts that you can move around and shift based on pivot points. I mean, you can pose it any way you want from that point on and put any weapon in it that you want. I look forward to seeing the rest of Puck Duncher's Necron Chronicles as they play out. Isn't it exciting? Isn't it exciting having a miniature in your hand that you, if not designed the entirety of, designed part of, and then made physically real? And there you are, and you got it, and you're painting it. It is a good feeling. Looking forward to getting my Shadowhawk printed for that matter. Ooh, yeah. And from Machine God. Yeah. I saw some of these that you've been posting. That is an interesting use of the longbow missile launcher over here, just occupying an entire arm. Look at that shit. It's just a basket of missiles that it can spit out. That's fucking crazy. And look at this big stompy guy. Yeah, is that a stone rhino? Is it meant to be a stone rhino? I don't remember the rhino having... Well, what would these be? This is... I confess, I feel like this barrel lacks some detail that it wants. It wants something else along this length. It wants... This phallic object wants for a couple of testy-like objects down around here. A trio of capacitors around it, maybe. Some chunky linear details going down the shaft, if you will. Basically a Project Phoenix Crusader arm without a fist. Oh, yeah, I guess that's true. Yeah, if you put a fist in the middle of it, it would kind of be a Crusader arm, wouldn't it? 2 Gauss, 1 small pulse, 2 large pulse, 2 flamers. Oh, okay. Pretty clearly a behemoth with the most epic small laser of all time. And Gauss rifles in the side torsos. Yeah, the triangular profile make me think Gauss rifle. There you go. Yeah, that would be good, WJ. Actually, that would actually improve it a lot if you widened the tip out here and you put some vents in the side of it, like an Abrams barrel, I think that would improve the look. It looks a little... It's just missing something. Just one thing. Just a little visual interest, I think, would bring that together. Is there no vent? I don't know. You know what we're talking about, though, Rogue. You know the style of vent. That fume extractor, bore evacuator. Yeah, use your nomenclature, however you have to. You know what we're talking about. We got some fucking nitpickers in this chat, let me tell you. Like I'm a tank engineer. Okay, you know what? Hey, you know what? I learned something today. Nerds. I learned something today. It's a bore evacuator. I'll probably never get that wrong again. Except the next time it's brought up in this chat, and then I'll absolutely get it wrong again. Yeah, I should have known better. Rogue was in fact a tanker, and thus would take some issue with that. Even just a panel line band around the barrel. Just any visual interest to the barrel. I look at this, and I just think it's missing... Like, most of it looks good. It looks chunky. It's got good details. It's just missing something on this barrel. Just something. To make it anything other than just an extended rectangle. I think that would really bring it together. All in all, though, nice looking designs, Machine God. Hope you're going to get some of those printed out. Yeah, vents along the side, that'd be good. Maybe a bore evacuator, right? While we're at it. Can I not see your comments? Wait, maybe I missed them. I'm sorry, Machine God. Let me look up. It's a small pulse laser, though, according to the record sheet. The fact that it's a small pulse laser doesn't mean that it can't have, like... Okay, so do capacitors, then. You know? Do, like, a trio of capacitors around the barrel or something. Or think of it like an acceleration ladder, which I don't think a laser would actually use. Right? But it doesn't matter, because we're talking about shit that doesn't exist anyway. I think it would look good. I mean, it looks good. I'm not saying it doesn't look good. It does look good. I'm just saying that a little something to zhuzh it up a bit, and mostly to break up the profile from the side. Yeah, ribbed for her pleasure. Even that would be an improvement. There you go. Behemoth / Matar. Yeah, you were saying that. What chat do you think you're in, Machine God? Come on. I got tagged. Didn't I? I got tagged in this one. Someplace. I totally did. Data Nerd tagged me, and so I got into the Storm Report without realizing that's where I was, which you'll note I've actually added a rule to the Storm Report rules. Please don't tag me in the Storm Report. Because it draws me in, and I do try not to look at it before we get to the actual bit in the stream. From Project Dark Fox, too damn excited about this 3D printer, and it shows. Command & Conquer could fit seamlessly into a Battletech Alpha Strike-like tabletop game. I agree. The crystal formations aren't necessarily Tiberium, but the Harvester is the one from Tiberian's Sun found on Thingiverse. I'm printing the Refinery now. Will not be finished before closing time. Ooh. I mean, the crystals aren't necessarily Tiberium, but Tiberium's just any crystal you paint green, as far as I'm concerned. Nice. I like how it actually does have, I think if you shrunk it down a little bit, because the Tiberium does grow in those weird little plant-like pods, right? The Tiberium grows down into the ground with a root system, and then it grows more roots out to the side. It sucks all of the mineral presence, why can't I use my words very well today? All of the microscopic mineral content out of the soil. It focuses them into the pods, and then the pods grow crystals of almost just pure resource. I can't word very well today. My English isn't doing so good. I fight for naught. It's funny that this should come up in today's Storm Report. Literally last night, I was sitting down with ZBrush, just fooling around with a sphere and drawing stuff, and I started to make a Nod helmet, and I thought to myself, you know... maybe a squad of Nod. Maybe a custom-sculpted Nod squad. I know that I made some already. They were based on other miniatures, but I'd rather have some with the actual style of armor that they had in Tiberian's Sun, and that I could print up as many of them as I wanted. Make the missile launcher troops, you know, make the cyborgs, and then make GDI, right? Make the jump troops, make the disc throwers. I mean, I have about 1 billion projects to do before I get to that, but who knows? This winter I'm going to spend a lot of time inside. It's a good-looking harvester one way or the other. Words can be hard. It's very true. Cain lives in death. The technology of peace. But I got other crystals that will be green. Well, I look forward to seeing them. Nice print on the harvester. Honestly, Dark Fox, you've gotten some really nice print quality out of the Ender 3 since picking it up. For someone who hadn't used a 3D printer before, like, I know that the Ender 3 is capable of some really, really good detail, but you have gotten some really, really nice print. Surprisingly nice prints for a newbie. Very well done. Data nerd. Oh, nope. Moving down. And Kursala did a thing, even if it's a thing with Thunderhead stuff. Does that make it a thunder thing? That's a terrible word. I got tired of waiting for him to do my suggestion. Not surprising. I still need to put out the updated road files. In fact, I'll try to get that done for you before Thursday, Kursala, because those were some fantastic suggestions that you made. So I did it myself, modified a corner block to be a 4-corner block, and then made a longer version. Nicely done. And this is one of those where it's like just so easy to do as long as you can take it and rotate it, you know? Or slice it and mirror it. Why do I have 2 beers? Did I open one and then not drink? I have 2 beers. Okay. Well, I'm going to drink this one to start with. How about that? Whoopsie daisy. Took me 5 tries to get it right. Well, it came out very nice looking. Well done, Kursala. I will add these files, not these files that you made specifically, but this item to the overall package. Yeah, Rogue 19. I mean, why the hell not, right? This is America, okay? Oh, that's horrible. Why did I do that? Ugh. Okay, anyway. Really nicely done, Kursala. I look forward to seeing you get a city build fully together. You've got a lot of pieces printed out, and I know that painting them is always the part where it's like, oh god, I gotta sit down for a big session, but it's one of those things where once you start, it goes pretty quick. All in all, I'm hoping that we see more of the Hexless stuff as Steel Warrior gets more of those files up for physical purchase. Because we sell a lot of STLs, but we sell more physical product. It'll be easier, Kursala, for me to just do it in Fusion where I have the original files. It won't take but a moment. And I also want to play around with it a little bit and stick it into a couple of different configurations and make sure that everything fits right. Completed the work on the Ishtar 65-ton tank. Was a fun project. Have to get one printed and painted up. Oof, I know that struggle, Papa Bear. Nice work on the design. Look at that. It's such an odd little tank, isn't it? Yeah, I feel that too, WJ. I feel like if these wheels were on the outside, because when I look at it, I feel like my initial brainwave is this seems like it should be getting towed by like horses or something. It looks like a trailer, and then I see the 2 wheels in the back, and I'm like, oh, I see. But if these wheels were on the outside, it would be more obvious how it's supposed to move. It's a fucking interesting design. I feel like if you took the LRM, and I mean, obviously, any of these suggestions, take them or leave them. Fucking, it looks really, really cool exactly the way it is, man. Print it and paint it and love it. But if you want input, the 2 things I would say is orient the wheels to the outside so they're more visible, and grab the LRM and just tilt it so that it's facing up a little bit. I think that would be a good change. But it looks badass the way it is. Gonna eat a lot of rocks and dirt, though. Yeah, I mean, the other thing you could do is but I mean, WJ, you're talking about real world stuff, and we're this. It's a Battletech tank, man. I mean, if we're talking about, like, oh, that LRM is close to the ground, you better hope it doesn't get dirt in it, then I'm going to have to start being like, man, you have an exposed ankle joint, better hope it doesn't get dirt in it. Like, all of the technology of Battletech falls the fuck apart the moment you start to consider the actual rigors of real-world combat and environmental damage. That's not the right phrase. You know what I mean. Yeah, it's weird, right? But you did a good job on it, Papa Bear. Nice design. And hey man, practice is practice. Thank you very much for sharing that with us. I look forward to seeing the final printed example here we have from Rogue 19K. I saw this guy in Showcase earlier. You went a lot deeper on your shadows, I feel like, this time. Heavier with the wash, I want to say. And I think that was a good move. Pushing that contrast on the tan does a lot to help you see all the details of the mech. Excuse me. I feel like you went a whole lot deeper with the aqua. I could be mistaken. This is just the impression I'm getting from looking at it. I feel like you went a lot deeper with the base aqua on the stripe, and then here on the shins and on the forearms, and then went a lot higher and more stark with the contrast on the highlight. And I like that. I think that was an excellent move. It really helps you see the individual parts of the mech more clearly. It helps you see its angles and its lines. This looks fucking fantastic. This is that pearl gray again you were saying? It's interesting. It's very interesting indeed. Yeah, it makes it pop. Real nice. Very, very fine work, Rogue 19. I look forward to seeing your stuff on CSO. Moving down, we have from Nanotanks, JB11, finally some Templars for the Crusader project. Ooh. Somehow the only thing sexier than all the individualized sort of rabble shields that you did for your, not levies. What would those forces be called? For your more individualized Crusader forces are these Knightly Order Crusader forces, all of these shields next to one another. I love the different styles of shield. I like the mixture of the heater and the teardrop. I like how some have bosses and some don't. This looks really good. The red you used for the shield is a little bit... And this is not a negative thing. I realize it sounded like that as soon as I started saying it. It's a little bit orange. And I think that really, really works. I like that a lot. Good job on the basing, too. I love the mixture that you've done. A very, very simple dirt, and then it looks like some fine turf, and then some chunks of darker, heavier turf. And not tufts. There's a different word from it from Woodland Scenics. All in all, though, it creates a very realistic ground texture. And man, that white and red from the Templars really stands out against it. If I can, Nanotanks, and you won't want to do this. In fact, I don't think you should. And I'm not even going to say it. I'm not even going to make the suggestion because it's a dumb suggestion based on the scale and based on how many you're doing. Not even going to do it. I'm not going to do it. They look fantastic. They really do. It's a great looking bunch of dudes. Let's check out the cavalry. I like how you've done the helmets on this. Using the brighter silver for the outer parts and then kind of washing the deeper parts darker and leaving them a darker color. I love that style of... what's the name for it? It's not Sugarloaf. Sugarloaf helms had the conical top. Would it just be a great helm? Would these just be great helms? I know there's a word for this style of great helm with the cross face on it, but I can't remember what it is. Either way, excellent job considering how much white there is on these figures. Woof, I love the texture and the shadow that you got on this guy's cloak back here with the kettle helm. No, not bucket helm. It's something else. But I love these kettle helms. These, fucking iron hats. Which is literally what the German word for that helm translates into, is iron hat. I feel like I was just sacrificing those dudes to rats. That did... Yeah, that was happening, actually. She was feeding Crusaders to rats. it was troubling in the extreme. Nice work on the different horse. I guess it kind of saves you from having to do a bunch of patterning on the horses that they have all this white barding, doesn't it? Que pasa? MCBTV, the Burger Man from the Burger Nation. What's up, my man, Cat? Thank you so much for getting that shout-out done. Really, really nice done. Really, really nice done. Words are hard. Nicely done, Nanotanks. Thank you so much for sharing, seeing as you can only post 2, nothing of the army. Well, I hope you come back on Thursday, because I'd love to see everything you've gotten so far together. That's what I was thinking, Nanotanks. I had a suggestion for something you could do to zhuzh them up a little bit, but after all the work that you've put in doing that many crosses, they look good, dude. I'm not gonna add anything. Not even a little bit. I'll take a look in the showcase, absolutely. Just ate. Now I'm chilling with some drinky. Us too, man. Us too. How you doing, McB? By the way, guys, if you enjoy a good variety stream that's just really laid back, with a true variety of different games being played, a really cool community, and sort of more of a, how'd you put it earlier, more of a stop and smell the roses kind of gamer, not somebody who's going to just power through what he's playing, but is really going to enjoy it and check out the details, go check out MCB. Great stream, great community. I love hanging out over there. Yeah, he's playing Bioshock Remastered right now, which is totally worth checking out, particularly if you haven't played it. But if you haven't played Bioshock and you're on the internet, then what the fuck are you doing? Just in life. From Sentient Pickle, working on a storage solution for mechs, Plano 3700 series tackle boxes, 3/4 by 1/32 inch magnets epoxied under the base and on the box dividers after scuffing both the outsides of the sandpaper. Placed in the boxes shown in the 2 left columns of the box, save for the Phoenix Hawk that was a little tall, they kind of hover in place without shifting in transit, no need for foam. All the tackle boxes will go in a big tackle box bag that fits. Holy Christ, man. That's some thought that's gone into the storage. The scuffing definitely helps as far as gluing any of this shit down. That's pretty cool. I can dig that. And that way you won't scuff up any of your damn paint jobs. Holds up to 12/3700, so that's a nice bag. Huh. Nicely done, Sentient Pickle. Very clever. Knocked this out at the start of the stream. A quick color test for a Storm Chasers GRF-1N Griffin. Merrick purple, with the right torso and arm painted in thunderclouds like a Yakuza tattoo. I'll tell you, this is the benefit of painting Griffins that are so specifically the unseen Dougram-style Griffin. It's certainly easy to find some simple line art. And, you know, honestly, one of the reasons that I went with this simple style is I'm so tired of the infinite panel lines on all of these mechs. It's not that it's bad. I'm as grateful for the new sculpts as anyone else is, and they look fantastic. But just as far as my personal style goes, every time I'm painting a mech, and this is a complaint that I have about Cav Strike Ops mechs too, and I realized as I was painting Revelations that they had less of a problem with it. It's tempting to just add a bunch of panel lines, and panel lines certainly add interest, but what they leave you is with tiny, tiny little panels that are super difficult to do anything like a freehand design or a decal on. And I like broad, flat areas to work with. I guess I just like my mechs a little bit more cartoony. I mean, I guess that's probably just the case, so why not lean into it a little bit, you know? Now, I would say that the Cav minis are probably worse than the Battletech minis on that one, because Cav minis, it seems like what they do is you're a cartoon. It seems like what they do is they'll take a panel and they'll divide it with a bunch of panel lines, and then they'll add a bunch of little blocks and sticky out greeblies on top of it. And it works at a larger scale when a surface can kind of average out into a flat panel, but it doesn't work at 6mm scale. It really doesn't, in my opinion. That's not to say the Cavs are bad. They're their own style. When I'm painting Cavs, I'm very tempted to just kind of dry brush wash and move on. And I don't want to spend a lot of time doing decals or freehand because the panels just aren't there for me to do it. It is 10mm scale. Good call, White Wolf. Ooh, you got me. That's something we at least tried to do with Cybernice Designs. Leave room somewhere for Emblem's nose art. Yeah, and I do appreciate that. I noticed that with the Tyrant. He's got a couple of good spots for that sort of thing. This is a cool design, and yeah, if you want me to do one of the one ends up as a Storm Chaser redemption, I can totally do that. Absolutely, Datron Voltari. And if anybody is tempted to have one of the 55-tonners, you know, Shadowhawk, Wolverine, Griffin as their Storm Chaser mech, I'm very open to it. I'll have some up here pretty soon that are going to look pretty cool, in my opinion. You know, if you like my classic Dougram blocky style, which I do. Imagine what a mess it is for LAM training, since you have to get aerospace training, mech training, and unique training to use the transition form and not just crash when changing forms. I like to think that a lot of that's automated, but, you know, driving mechs in general is nonsense, so, yeah, what are you gonna do? Okay, so this is something interesting, Rogue. I'm thinking about dropping the redemptions because it's my understanding that recently, Twitch has made some changes to the way that people accrue channel points. Y'all are getting fewer channel points than you were getting when the stream started. And I upped it to 50k because of the rate that people were pulling in channel points. But it may need to drop back down. What this means is that a couple of people who've been hoarding their points and waiting for the redemptions to open back up are going to be like, oh sweet, it only costs 20k, give me 10 of them. And I'm going to be like, fuck. But, whatever, we'll make it work. I'd turn around and redeem now for a Shadowhawk. Well, I'll have one for you here pretty soon, Rogue19. I want to get a couple more knocked out. I have a Thug that I owe to Sentient Pickle. That is going to be the next up, by the way. I have... Oh, I dropped that in water earlier. I need to pull that out and get the supports off. But, yeah, Sentient Pickle is going to be up next, and I've got a little list to go down, and as soon as that's done, I'll open back up redemptions, and I will adjust the costs the next time that they're open. Just please nobody redeem 2 at once. Please don't. Just hold on to it. Redeem 1, okay? And you'll get another chance. I promise. Yeah, we can do a Hunchy. That excites you a lot, does it? Machine God. Toad Smasher, that was my print plate earlier, was the Toad Smasher and the Thug, so those are going to be the next 2 up, Kursala. Costs will compound. That's actually a good idea, Kat. You should ping me and remind me of that, because that is a good idea. You can't tell me what to do because I can't read. That just raises further questions, Puck Duncher. Let's keep going with the damn Storm Report. It does remind me of Shockwave's colors from Transformers. I would go ahead and say that is fucking awesome because Shockwave was the coolest. Shockwave and Soundwave were respectively like my 2 favorite Transformers. They really were. Half of my Inner Sphere tanks going to paint the second of each model, 3rd and 4th APC in Desert Camo, for generic use with any of my units since I'm painting those in Parade colors. Dr. Smurf! Dr. Smurf! Who is that? Who is Dr. Smurf? Ooh. This is pretty good, actually. I like that the panels for the camo pattern have been enlarged on each of these. My complaint with camo patterns on minis often is, oh, look, it's that adorable little scorpion tank. My complaint about camo patterns on 6mm minis is often that it just winds up looking kind of like, just kind of a mess, you know? But by making the color panels much, much larger, that kind of goes away. Hey, Dr. Smurf is just Dr. Smurf! Well, how about that? Oh, thank you. I have no idea what that is. I like this a lot. Dr. Smurf, you have nailed probably one of my favorite camo schemes I've seen on 6mm minis. Yeah, that's often what happens, Samare. They just wind up looking like blobs, and it kind of, I don't know, it doesn't really do anything for me, but this I can really see the pattern and I can still see the miniature. Nicely done, Dr. Smurf. For generic use, I can dig that. I can dig that. And thank you very much for sharing. Googled World War II German tanks and sort of modeled them off that. You did a fantastic job. It really does look good. What? When did I poo-poo the Hunchback? I don't remember doing that. I'm not saying I didn't. I'm just saying I don't remember it. From Kursala, finished up my Savannah Mercs, hanging out in the nearby parking lot. They're just tailgating. Just tailgating. Now, this camo pattern looks pretty good. This actually works out pretty well because of the I'm sure someone could tell me precisely which camo pattern this is, too. It's obviously a sort of Savannah or North African camo style. I'm sure someone could point out who specifically used it. Most badass tailgate, most dangerous tailgate party, certainly. Those aren't hot dogs, those are LRMs. Oh, yes. Well, I love the Jenner. I love the Jenner. You give me the Jenner as an option, I'm almost always going to pick it. Stupid, sexy Jenner with its long, wonderful legs. That's the camo I want for my vehicles. Why crap, WJ? You can do the same damn thing. You can do the same damn thing. Nobody's going to stop you. Based on the Savannah camo from MechWarrior 4. Okay, I thought it looked familiar. It came out really nice. I love how it's overall yellow and then it's broken up by the other two colors. It's very effective. And we have another photo up here of little Mr. Isn't this the same Commando we looked at last time, isn't it? It's a good-looking Commando, don't get me wrong. I do like that little slightly modified pose. I don't know if it was intentional or not, but I like it. The reverse leg Jenner looks... No. You do not reverse the legs on a Jenner, sir. Part of the appeal of the Jenner is that it has unsettlingly human legs sticking off of a distinctly inhuman torso. Did some touch-ups. Yeah, it looked a little bit cleaner. Okay. You can't see the other two because it's camo. Yeah, it looks like he cleaned it up a little bit. Added a little bit to the colored panels. It's a lovely looking Commando, Roland. And as always, I appreciate you sharing your work with us. And then we got a print of an Atlas. Look at this guy. Look at this guy. He's just giving you that look. You know? This is the kind of head I am imagining like the wall from Attack on Titan. And then the Atlas. Just over top, you know, just... and then kicking in the door. Obviously, it'd be a lot smaller than that, but imagine the Atlas was way bigger than it is. The Atlas look. That withering gaze. Attack on Atlas. It's a good-looking print. Look forward to seeing some paint get put down on that, and then we got some tacos. Looks like we've gone mostly traditional today, unless that's ground turkey. That could be ground turkey. I don't know. It might be. Oh, God, look at the fresh onions in there. Oh. My wife does a thing where she will take the taco shells before she makes the tacos and put them in the oven with some cheese in the bottom of them and melt the cheese as like an internal layer in the taco shell and then build the taco inside of it and then put a little bit more cheese on top. And let me tell you, it's amazing and everyone should try it. It helps the whole thing hold together wonderfully. You never break the shell on the bottom, you know? I mean, you do, but it holds together. 75-25 ground beef and chorizo. I thought it looked a little more complex than just beef. Ooh, I bet that's spicy and delicious. Thank you so much for sharing. Why trudge 4 kilometers and 35 C humid? Oh God, we're using non-Fahrenheit measurements. No, I'm just kidding. It's much better. Kilometers Celsius. God. This is from, to get your packages. This is from box 1 of 3. There'd be a ton of juggling balls too, but those aren't coming in until tomorrow. Well, that is indeed a colorful package. What? You go to a lot of raves, do you? White Wolf? This looks like you have a much better time on the weekends than I do. Holy shit. And I like how some MDF terrain slipped in there too. Cause why not? Cause why not? Alright, somebody do something about Puck Toucher. She's lost her mind. Where's the acid pacifier? Haven't done much in the way of raves for ages. Yeah, but I guess, you know, you take the raver out of the rave, but you can't take the rave out of the raver, as it were. I just moved the damn terrain so I had room. It was occupying it before. Fair enough. And from Samare, I don't have much to offer at the moment since I've been spending just about all my time writing as usual. But here's Thunderhead exclusive preview from Operation Lancaster, The Lao Who Rusty by Matt Plow. Some mild tweaks needed, but overall pretty damned happy with it. We'll have a Chinese-style dragon/noodle dragon livery. Think DBZ dragon on it when it's done. That's actually a cool idea, because you could have that dragon like worming across a few panels. and then end in... No, that was just me, Samare. I don't even think that's Southern. I don't know what that... That's just another person that lives inside of me that comes out from time to time. Yeah, go puck a dunch, yo. What does that mean? I don't know. They're called lung dragons. Is that true? I was not aware. That was trailer trash. It wasn't positive. Certainly not. Nice looking mech. Look at this. His whole arm is just a fucking gun instead. I love the chunky damn style that Plog uses. I really do. There are mech artists out there that their designs don't appeal to me as much, but somehow everything Plog does fires up my imagination. The proportions are just right. And simple shit like this. Like this little vent portion here with the two chunkier bits on top and bottom. It's so simple. It's so simple, but it's so effective. Doesn't feel the original Lao Hu art was one of his best efforts, so it's kind of neat to see him get another shot at it. Yeah, absolutely. Really, really nice work, and thank you for sharing. As always, I appreciate the exclusive first peeks. And from Cyber Knight, kind of all over the place myself this week, but doing some work at least. Hey man, some ain't none. That's something. Even if it just triggered more work, that'll happen. Got 3 new Cobra variants to whip up now. I like the addition of the Dozer Blade. I think that's that's pretty cool. Like, I've always liked the anti-mine flails. You know, it's like a cylinder mounted on the front of the tank with chains hanging off of it, and they spin around real quick and it sets off minefields. I've always thought those are really cool. But I don't know how the fuck you would do that on a 6mm scaled miniature. Mine roller, thank you, Rogue. And I think that the Dozer Blade is a suitable proxy for that actually looks good and can paint properly at this scale. Still not confident with my mech art because mine still look like dudes in armor. It doesn't look like a proper mech that can take a hit. I kind of like the ones that look like dudes in armor, to be fair. Nicely done, Cyber Knight. Your designs just keep on coming. And from White Wolf, boom, food. And it's all mine. Well, was. It's eaten now. Ooh. It looks like an eggy wrap of some description here. It ain't tacos, but you didn't violate your number, so I can't complain too much. Now, maybe they're in context. I don't know. You can't prove that I don't know exactly what I'm saying. Right? That's what I'm saying, Dark Fox. It's his second picture, and I'll allow it. It does look tasty. What have we got in here? Walk me through it, White Wolf. Are there mushrooms in there? Something about it says there are mushrooms in there. I think I see a little bit of slightly caramelized onion. Moroccan veggie lentil hand pie. Ooh, with carrot, kale, slaw, and creamy harissa dipper. That actually sounds really good. Damn it. When's my dinner anyway? And Cyber Knight still plugging away at Carver, getting close to locking off the base Black Knight parts before going into making the upgraded Carver parts. Pose is a little wonky, was a bit of a rush. A little wonky and very insulting. He's going to a lot of effort to flip that bird. I love what you've done with this Black Knight overall. I really, really like the modified lasers, how they're more, instead of being mounted into the chest plate, they're slightly underslung, like under his arms, and I actually think that's really, really cool. I think that the change you did to the shoulder, while a necessity, improves the overall profile of the Black Knight. It gives him a little bit more of a linebacker look to him. And you'd made improvements to the head, too. The little extra details, I think it's good. The only thing I would change about this Black Knight, the only thing I would personally change is I would remove the ribbing, the struts from the cockpit glass, because they render it almost impossible to paint. I know they look cool, but they'd probably look cooler at a bigger scale where you could actually reach in between those struts. I would personally remove them, but that's just me. Want something like that, but on an AWS 8Q. How would that even work? Would be neat if lasers could be pulled off like guns. Ooh, McBee's speaking my language now. Yeah. That's why you paint the struts last. Or don't paint them at all, because they shouldn't either. Honestly, the strut's printed out very nicely. Well, I look forward to seeing a painted final example, Cyber Knight. You've done very, very fine work on that. Here we have NB Toby working on a little bit of Kursala Orion. Ooh, just a little bit of Kursala tonight. I can't sing. I should never sing. That's a bad idea. I really do like what Kursala ultimately did to the Orion's design overall. I like the Toad Smasher poses, but the changes to the overall design are incredibly positive. The proportions are better, the arm guns look good, the cockpit in particular is a massive improvement. A little bit. It was only a little bit creepy? I gotta work on my creep factor then. Need to improve that by at least 10 times. This sounds like Omnimex with extra steps. Use the barrel of the laser as a hilt and unravel an electrified coil. McBee, you're basically just talking about Gundam at this point. It's going well, Chaotic Harmony. Good to see you. Dude, loved that art that you posted. And I'm not talking about the goddamn denim stairs. Didn't love that at all. That's going to stick with me and probably haunt my fucking dreams. But the art that you posted is excellent. And I was saying earlier, it's clear you've done arting before. I hope that this is the start of you maybe getting back into it. I'd love to see some more art from you, man. Really, really nice. I thought the composition was really, really cool. I love the inherent duality of it. Very well done. I might do some more of it. You damn well should. NB Toby, that's a good-looking red, by the way. I've just been talking about the Orion. I didn't talk about the red. For what looks like a fairly simple job, this looks like this was probably a base coat and a wash alone. But, ooh, is that a rich red? Really nicely done. I kind of like how he has this little, like, come at me, bro. What's up? Thing going on. No, they're not they're not even the past. They're not even the fucking present. They exist in a fourth-dimensional space of mind-fuckery and horror that is only visited by weird voice sluts like Chaotic Harmony. And, you know, Redditors. But it's the same thing. Looks like it's possibly contrast. Is this... Really? This is just the Flesh Terror's contrast paint. Huh. That's pretty cool. That actually came out really nice. I don't use the contrast paints much, so I admit I'm not good at picking them out. That's actually fairly impressive. Yeah. I'll admit to you guys, I've been thinking about taking a run at the Gen 1 Orion. I've been thinking about taking, after I get through my Dugram mechs, I was thinking about taking a run at the Gen 1 Orion and just messing with the proportions a little bit. I don't know. I shouldn't say I'm going to do it because I may or may not get to it. But I think it has potential. I don't hate the Gen 1 Orion. It's just that the line art for it was janky, that's all. Really nice work, NB Toby. Super heavy and dab off. Oh, okay, so there's some technique to it. Well, it came out really nice. Thank you for sharing. From Project Dark Fox, work in progress on a commission
and so
from
I painted
Cyber
on
Knights.
some metallics.
They love the metallics.
Bitches love metallics.
Of his hammerhead, and I managed to get this far through a tension headache. Well, that's impressive. Working right through it. I really love your style, Dark Fox. It looks like you've accentuated the cockpit a little bit more. Enlarged the lasers slightly. All very, very subtle stylistic shifts, but I like them. I like them. Very nice. I'm going to be coming back to you, Dark Fox, for some more sketches in the futures. All of the futures. Just so you know, you're now creating 6 different timelines. And forgot a run. No, I was just taking a picture. But it looks like you still got it in anyway. That's something, at least one of them. Ooh! This city's really coming together. The nuclear cooling towers. That looks really cool. That adds some needed verticality other than just the Trinity Tower. These are your design, are they not, Vergatarung? These storage crates? They come in all the colors of standard Lego. I love seeing the streets come together. I love the power stations worked in from the forward base and the River Comm Center set. It's one of the reasons I try to do everything as modular as I do, so that every previous set can integrate with the later sets, and you can use all the pieces with everything. Mech bay over here. I need to reapproach this mech bay. I really do. God, the Dazzle camo is so hot. Look at this Stalker over here with the missiles coming out in a wave. People, honestly, Stalker, for some reason, Stalkers always wind up with the goofiest, jankiest ass poses, but I really kind of like this one, with him slightly tilting his hips to one side and kind of leaning back a little bit, and then with the missiles coming out, it really puts the whole thing together. Puts the whole thing together, brings the whole thing together. It brings. Not put. Put is so, not aggressive, but exclusive. It brings the whole thing together. One cohesive mass. And I love seeing the highway ramp over here, too. That thing is one of my favorite things that I've made so far. Are you gonna do a little dance for us? I mean, I might. Do you guys like interpretive dance? You can guess what it is I'm trying to express. Over here, right? And then there's a swirl over here, and then it comes up with a... No, I'm kidding. I'm hungry. I'm hungry, and thankfully that brings us to the end of the storm report, so I can go get something to eat. God damn! Oh, that rug. It tied the whole room together, man. Who's online? Who's doing what? Let me have a look. Since Twitch won't just show me anymore, I have to actually go into Holly Monster, Thunderdome Drew, Valandar the Red, Vergatarung just got going, it looks like. I'm tempted to raid Holly Monster, because I never get to raid Holly Monster. What's she doing? Dungeons and Doggies. That's just not relevant to our interests, chat. It's just not relevant to our interests as much as I like Holly Monster and I think she's a good streamer. I think we're going over to Vergatarung. It's important to keep things on theme. Yeah, pick a live channel to raid, except you won't let me do that, will you? No, it won't even show up. God, that's such bullshit. Let's try this. Kerblamo. Just like that. That's the thing I say, right? I'm gonna make that my new catchphrase. Kerblamo. No, I'm never gonna say that again. Never again. If you ever catch me saying that again, you know what I'll do? I will give each and every one of you nothing at all, because I'm probably gonna say it again. Guys. Ladies and gentlemen, Locust and Gentlemex, thank you to each and every one of you yet again for being here tonight with me. This has been a productive stream. I've had a lot of fun. We've had some good conversation. Thank you to Cat Ion. Thank you to Project Dark Fox. Thank you to everyone who contributed to the Storm Report tonight. It's always one of my favorite bits. Thank you to Cat Ion for the raid. Thank you guys thanks for the follows. It's been a good night. And thank you, Toar, for the subscription. I really appreciate that. And McBee, thank you for stopping in. It's always a pleasure to see you. I'm going to go get something to eat. We're going to be back on Thursday playing Dead Space. Try to finish it off. Might not get there. If we don't finish it, we'll start Dead Space 2 next week. And then we'll be back painting some more on Sunday. I am going to go get something to eat now. Until Thursday, everybody, keep on painting.